Shibbidi-bidi-bidi-bidi-bidi-bidi. Oh, I need to put V on a BRB. Long.
And
I
then
need to take Junior off a BRB. There we go.
Yeah. Junior is not BRB today.
Hi, everybody. Silence.
Hiya, Dr. Beach.
There we go. Repping the Ahoy fan bot today. Pidge's Pirate, aka the Ahoy fan bot. So, welcome to another Friday.
Oh, fucking hell.
Becky's just got to, I'm just going to turn these fuckers off. If you just got to sit there playing fucking games all sesh.
Let me have a go.
What's L'Oreal doing?
Oh, it's on cooldown.
No.
Boss? What?
Better luck next time, mate. Slots. You've got to get one of each or three of a kind to win. Unfortunately, doubles do fuck up. You haven't got the required doubloons, mate.
What are
You get nothing for a pair.
You get nothing for a pair.
God.
Oof, there's five bags in it. Look, right, fuck these fucking...
Six bags next time.
Yeah.
Screw D&D, we're going to play Geezer.
I'm just going to just stare at chat, just playing games.
Let me have his doubloons. Oh, piss. Sorry.
Everybody, roll the dice. Junior's exempt because he wasn't here.
Should have watched the VOD, though. No excuse.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
He went up Monday. I got a 9.
14.
Oh!
Not 20.
We did some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what happens when you play the game but you don't actually pay attention?
You seek the wrath of the DM. Or sitting there, I watch you every week, your eyes flitting around your screens doing bullshit.
Remember, you're the one without any advantages now.
That is a
So
good point.
you're
That
vulnerable.
That is a good
Well,
point.
so what happened was, we woke up and we were all mostly still exhausted, I think.
Yeah, we've just been up all night with...
You've been up all night with L'Oreal.
Was this the episode that we went hunting or not?
We went,
Yeah.
Okay. So, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. We all went downstairs, had a bit of munchy breakfast and stuff. Kitty stayed in the
Bed.
Which is what
Sorry,
she's
mate,
probably
someone at
doing
the door. I
today
got
as well.
BRB.
Pardon me. If anyone else wants to take over, feel free.
I'll do it. I take notes. I book out. Okay, so in the morning, Brant set up the corner trust, and Dave ran off to get some food from the local market, a week's supply. L'Oreal then went hunting with Dave to the forest,
And
the southern forest.
The first time anyone had been to the
What
southern
happened,
forest.
L'Oreal?
yeah,
What did your elf eye see?
we came across some sort of kind of force field covering what we didn't know, so
Looked like heat
Dave.
haze in it.
yeah, jumped right in there with a dispel, and we found a
Luckily,
couple of zombies.
rolled an at 20 on the thing. Yeah. Found a nice
A
little
few.
tightly compacted bunch of zombies with what looked to be like some other moving parts in the middle. So L'Oreal with her beady eyes went and had a look, and we found some of the old city guard were in amongst all these guys that had actually been reincarnated from Dave's wish, and they were stuck in the middle of the pile of zombies because anytime someone tried to move, the zombies would start chomping and nattering and going for them. So we
Yeah, there were some which weren't.
some which had already
because they tried to move.
Yeah, because they tried to get out. Devised a plan. L'Oreal went back to get Brant. Dave banged his sword on a tree because he's clever. got all the zombies' attention and casted a spell to hypnotise all of the zombies while L'Oreal was running back. Dave hypnotised the zombies. We managed to get some of the guards out. There was a few left in there. The spell was kind of wearing off, but there were some zombies over the back who didn't get hypnotised by it. So Dave repeated the process, lumped a tree again to get their attention, did another hypnotic pattern, waded through the zombies, got out all of the alive guards, brought them out, and back to the city.
Barracks.
We got back to the city, and Brant met with Dave at the gate, and L'Oreal a short while after, whose movement was still halved because she was 2 exhaustion.
Yeah.
Cream
Yeah, 2
cracked.
exhaustions.
Takes it out of you. Having a full body transformation.
Still 2 levels exhaustion, half movement. Blah, 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 blah. We called the clerics that Brant had gone and obtained the services of. And Dave, Brant, and L'Oreal, and the 4 clerics, Raish and Huey, Dewey, and Louie, all went into the southern forest to eradicate the zombies. After a short/long while, time is indeterminate in Terrafae, so you just slap a random number on it and call it that many hours. We came back, went back into the shop. Yeah, went back to the shops. Everybody stopped, did all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff at different shops. L'Oreal took her chains to the
Armour to get improved.
McCorrins to get the links finished because he rushed them at the end and they were creaky a bit when she did her transformation. Got the links sorted. Brant and Kitty went to the magic shop for tattoos. Kitty got shaved, got a tattoo, and while Brant was stood in the shop, 3, 2, 1, you're not in the room anymore. Got teleported to the astral sea. Almost died again.
Because there's no air.
But don't
Kitty
tell
won't
Kitty
believe you.
because she won't believe you. Yeah. Almost died again because there was no air. Definitely wasn't my second wild magic roll on Brant that almost got him killed again. 3rd time's the charm. Keep your eyes open, lad.
Or just keep a death ward on.
Yeah, it's just permanent death ward all the time. Yeah, Brant disappeared. We all went back to the trust. Unbeknownst to us, Brant had gone missing until Kitty came out of her tattoo. Spoke to Garamat. Garamat said, blah, 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 wiggly, wavy fingers, Avada Kedavra, he's in the astral sea. Kitty came back and she was all fucking blasé about it, like, it's okay, magic shop man say he's okay. So we just sort of kind of shrugged and ignored it, got drunk, and then Brant appears in the middle of the table, give him a shot or something, and he just went flat on the desk. Took him to bed. Moonwhale, a robed figure, came into the trust on that evening, but he wasn't wearing a black robe with a red trim, so we didn't have to get shirty with him. L'Oreal went over to say, hi, can I get you a drink? And just slid her a note and shut up. L'Oreal had a look at the note when Dave and Kitty were both around having a look at the note. It said, checks, notes. It said, beware of the 6. They are wanted in the Fey realm. Assistance can be provided, but do not underestimate their powers. Their arcane promises and their traitorous nature has made them very formidable allies. But they are even stronger as enemies. You have been warned. We are watching. And in finely print text, there were 6 names. We only realised that because L'Oreal made an absolutely obscene passive. No, she didn't. No, it's just passive.
It's just because of her passive, yeah.
Passively perceptive, she noticed that there were 6 names written across the bottom of the sheet of paper. So that might be something that we may have a look at. But aside from that, everyone went to sleep as far as I'm aware.
Pretty much, yeah.
Kitty carried Brant to bed. and everyone else went to bed himself. And Wes disappeared in the morning, and nobody saw him.
Yeah, when everyone got up, there was a note from Wes to say he was off to do something, aka reason for Junior not to be there. So whatever Wes has been up to, I will leave that to you, Junior. Obviously, it would have been something in the city, but it's up to you, mate.
That's what you've been up to.
If you choose to tell people.
You went for a little walk around the city.
Brant, as a
Because
point of note... Sorry, mate, go on.
Sorry.
Do it in character, if someone asks you in character where you've been. Brant, don't forget, because you went to the Astral Sea, you've lost your owl.
Tattoo.
So if you want... Oh, you've not had your tattoo yet either, yeah. So you need to go
Owl gone, no tattoo.
claim your tattoo, and you need to recast your owl if... yeah. Just in case you forget. So...
I thought Brant had the tattoo before they...
No, because Kitty was getting tattooed and he disappeared while Brant was watching.
Oops.
And then come back hours later, even though it only felt like a minute. Time on the plains is not linear.
We should know that by now.
So, I think everyone had the long rest. Everyone already knocked off their point of exhaustion. I think L'Oreal's got one left. Everyone else should be kosher. And so, we join us in the morning. Today, after a nice long lie-in yesterday to get rid of her tiredness, Kitty, you can smell as your eyes flitter into the warmth of the morning. You can smell that there's some things being prepared.
Rock and roll.
I'll probably wake up then, chuck on some clothes and head downstairs. Wondering if he's actually made breakfast for everyone or just herself.
Feeling a little more after the town crier and the like, and the fact that she's pulling her finger out. Not that she wasn't before, but she's getting a bit business-headed. Kitty has decided to get the ball rolling properly. The ledger is out, prepared, after the discussions you all had last night. Rather than it just being in the back somewhere to be filled in later, the ledger to record things is out ready. And Kitty, with her nice apron and dress and the like, is starting the morning cook. There's a couple of bowls of simple breakfast. Kitty's being a bit economical, and rather than having full Calvados every morning, she's prepared some appropriate but not a full Calvados for everyone every morning kind of breakfast. And they're out ready with some juice and water and the like. And yeah. Young Wesley, would you have returned last night, sneakily or otherwise?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. We'll just say, yeah, you can be in your bedroom, mate. No one technically checked, so.
It's Wes, isn't it? He's
Used to Wes disappearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In and out, does what he needs to do. So you're all in the trust of the morning.
Roll downstairs and have a look at what Kitty's got out.
Yeah, it's a more continental kind of, you've got your, I don't want to say cereal seems like a very non-fantasy kind of word, but, you know, like kind of simple, like fruits.
Rolled oats.
Yeah, rolled oats, and yeah, you know, simple, a bit like muesli and the like, you know, simple bit of breakfast with some juice and fruit and the like. The door is already open. The sign is out front. Still says help wanted, apply within, big smiley face. But this time she's added a little stick finger hand with a bell in it. After enjoying ringing the bell from the town crier yesterday.
At least we know Kitty's got job security if the trust falls through.
She comes in and she's still feeling a little bit under the weather. Says, I stay in trust today. You go gather allies and I'll be here.
We still got to do that hunting trip.
We do. We should probably get that out of the way first thing.
Yeah, just in case we run into another horde of zombies.
Don't jinx us like that. One was bad.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm feeling a bit more sprightly this morning, so why not? Let's get it done.
Good. Dave's going to grab a handful of just about everything that's out on there and shovel it all into his mouth, Scooby-Doo style.
Just some
And
bacon and
make it.
sausage for me.
And proceed out of the door.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Kitty.
I love you.
I love
Say it
you
back.
too.
Right, so where should we head today? Which forest?
I mean, now we can kind of make an assumption that the South Forest is relatively clear. Why don't we just head back in there, see what we can see?
Yeah,
Have you got that bow?
I do.
Okay.
I
I
have.
guess on the way back we can stop in and check with Garamat. I know he said it's going to be a couple of days, but
Yeah, it's going to be a couple more days at least.
we're just going on the off chance that he's got something to tell us anyway.
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Right, we will leave the Chost and head around towards the guilds, down south around the guilds, and to that guard tower below the guilds. Please, thank you.
Roger that. Easy enough. There's a full contingent of guards out there this morning. By full contingent, I mean there's 3 of them sat in the guard tower, having the morning brews, similar to yesterday. You're coming straight out in the morning. The shift there, you imagine, is rotated. They all kind of stand to their feet and straighten themselves up as you approach.
Morning.
Tomorrow.
Morning, fellas. Lady fellas.
And what can we do for you today?
We're going off to do the hunting trip we were going to do yesterday that got interrupted, shall we say.
Oh, of course, yes. Frightful thing. But there's a lot of that these last few days. But yes, certainly you've got your equipment and the like. Best of luck, I suppose. Of course, anything else you spot, anything untoward or anything troubles you, do please come report it to the guard and we can find aid if you need it. But otherwise, one of them turns and starts unlocking the door. Over to you, and he kind of swoops his arm to the door as the other guy opens it, gives you a nod.
Thank you.
Good day to you.
Good day. Shut the door behind you.
Honestly, would not mind one day where something, which was uneventful and actually nothing happened.
Just a quiet day.
I can't remember the last one we had.
I don't know if we're allowed to have quiet days now.
Seems it, doesn't it?
Hmm.
You hear the door slider with a little window sliding across, and they kind of watch you as you head off towards the forest. Walking and talking. As you get about 40, 50 feet away, they shut it up again.
Right,
Rock and
so
roll.
going to start heading in deeper and start looking for any tracks for any large game.
Yeah, similar to yesterday. It's your favoured terrain, so there's you're no longer slowed. You can move at full pace, but you are still disad on your checks for today at least. So give me a survival The old disadvantage.
It's a nat 20 or a 14 for 23.
Or a 14. Take the 14. Yeah, so you start heading through. You get the vibe that there's a little bit more action in the forest today. While it took you a bit longer to find the tracks originally, and then you stumbled upon the shizzle. There is a little bit more game out. It's early morning, the sun's up, but you get the vibe that there's a lot of things that have been out. Easy to spot if you wanted to try and hunt some of them. There's some smaller game like rabbits and squirrels that are very easy to find. But if you're particularly looking for the larger game,
maybe a large deer or a boar or something.
Okay, so easy enough filtering your way through. Give me a nature check. This ad, obviously.
Yeah, that is 13.
13. So it does take you a while. You're traipsing around through the forest. You do find a number of tracks. So you start following them. It takes you a little bit longer than anticipated. And I mean, when you reflect on what you were just saying about having a quiet day, and you think, how long has it been since, despite it being your favoured terrain, how long since you've actually been out just for a little hunt? It's probably with dancing was the last time you were out.
One thing I may put it down to is possible the fact that you had a massive horde of zombies tramp through here. The tracks are going to be messed up.
Yeah. By all means. So it takes you a bit longer. You probably didn't want to be out for too long, but after about an hour, you come across a bit of a glade. It's not a full open space, but a bit more of a gap in the trees. And just Disney style, with a beam of sunlight coming through the canopy, you see 2 deer. One larger than the other. Horns slightly longer. You wouldn't go, say, full stag or elk, but easy enough to determine. One seems male, one seems female. Probably early adult, if anything. But there's 2 deer.
Taking into account where I am, I'm going to see if there's anything different about these deer, whether they are natural deer, whether they could be anything in a different form, taking the form of deer. Just going to get closer and have a look. I don't want to accidentally murder a druid having a prance around the forest.
Okay. So if you're going to try and get close and sneak up, give me a disaid stealth.
I'd just like to point out I'm going to stand there and watch.
Disadvantage stealth 21.
Okay, 21. And you're trying... Give me an... So you're trying to determine what you can. I mean, I'll let you pick between nature or investigation. Now you're a bit closer.
Investigation, because I've got expertise in that.
Roger that. So you've done your nature bit. You found the deer. Now you're just trying to get a closer spy. Disad, obviously, whether
Disad again 21.
21. Okay. And while you're stood in the forest, where is it? The Wheel of Names. I don't know why it's called the Wheel of Names. It's not names.
Wheel of Misfortune.
Wheel of Misfortune. D100 Junior.
Okay.
Are you going to roll it, or are you going to do it in chat?
Either or, mate.
57.
57.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a good one.
Okay. Okay.
What's
So
the DC?
Mhm.
let's do DC 16. Fuck it.
Okay, so just for reference, unless I roll a nat 1 or a 2, it's not going to
Can't
work.
No, so you still cast it, but if you fail the save, you turn into a sheep.
26.
Oh.
So you pass.
Oh.
What form
You take.
do you take?
Oh, have I got? Do you know what? Let him do it.
Go on then,
Let him
Junior.
pick.
What form?
rolls.
What form would? Bearing in mind he's passed the save, so it's not likely to be something really shit.
What do I pick?
Well, I mean, ultimately anything.
What does the spell say?
Yeah,
Just
because
cast
I haven't
polymorph.
read the thing. Oh, you just cast polymorph. Okay.
Yeah, so you get to pick something for Dave to polymorph into.
Anything?
I think there's a.
Within reason, yeah.
Um.
The normal limitations of the spell. And as I say, it's not going to be something really shit because it passed the save. So it'd be something worth turning into, I suppose.
Can I get him to turn into L'Oreal? Or into a wood elf?
Yeah, technically.
For a minute.
For
No, no.
for a minute.
The thing is, polymorph can only change into a beast of the same
Oh, right, okay.
level.
Fair enough then.
It changed me into a beast.
Whose challenge rating is equal or less than the target's level. So you could turn into a. What level are you?
13.
You could turn into a challenge rating 12 beast.
Hold on, let me have a look.
That's terrifying.
Harass time.
12B.
An earth golem. A giant clay golem. A gorble.
What's a gobble?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to click it.
Let's find out what some of the freaky ones
Huge monstrosity, chaotic evil.
Oh, God.
Hmm.
For a minute.
Let me have a look at something that's got pictures with it.
Oh yeah, I see Gorble. Should I make him turn into a giant sandworm?
Hell.
For fuck's sake.
What do you
The
want to
spell
be?
wears off when he's underground and he gets crushed.
What do you want to be? Because ultimately, you're the one
It's-
who's casting it, not me. So whatever you
Yeah, but
want.
I'm giving you the
Well,
chance.
But it's the wild magic, isn't it? So it's not as if Dave's just gone, ooh, random polymorph. It's just happened, you know.
Right, I'll tell you what. Roll a D100. Tell me what you get.
All in chat.
Should I roll it in chat?
You can do, yeah, whatever.
Doesn't
Hang
have
on,
to
it
be
could be up
challenge
to that
rating.
level,
Yeah,
can't
it doesn't have to be a challenge rating 12.
59.
59.
Mm-hmm.
52, 54, 56.
You're going from the pages in the beast
Spike.
book, are you?
Spiked crawler.
A spiked crawler. Fuck's sake. Spiked crawler. You know when you said just want a day without anything happening?
Yeah.
What is that?
Spiked crawler.
I'm
can't
imagining
find
like
it.
a giant caterpillar.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just be a sandworm. Bugger it. I'll just be a sandworm because this is all fucking way too. Yeah.
Okay. So giant sandworm or just a sandworm?
Giant
What, just
sandworm.
a
Fuck it. Yeah, make me a giant sandworm.
Fuck's sake. Right, giant sandworm. There you go, Vol. Let me just DM you the stickety stats.
Fucking hell.
L'Oreal, you are looking
Luckily.
over at the deers. Your investigation at range. You've been out hunting in the past. you they are just two deer. No, even though you've not detected any magic, you're not spying with your high passive any shifting of colours and the like. And yeah, not that you're an expert on druids turning into animals, because ultimately, you know, they just become an animal. But they're certainly acting natural, you know. Whereas you'd assume a druid would possibly not be acting entirely like an animal.
Okay, fair. I am gonna pull out my bow to take a shot at the larger one, then try to drop it.
Okay.
Well, not a disadvantage for attacks, am I anymore?
No, just ability checks.
19 to hit.
Definitely hits the deer.
Would you say that this... hang on a minute. Never mind. So that's...
So where are you shooting it?
I'm going to try and aim for the neck.
Okay.
And that is 13 points of piercing damage.
Yeah. Drops. The other deer starts to move, bolts a couple of steps, turns, looks up, and then fucks off, as in your focus you hadn't quite heard. You slowly turn round as Dave kind of crouches down and then out of nowhere just transforms into this fucking colossal fucking beast. Roll me initiative.
Can I get a reaction to that?
You can shit yourself if you want, yeah.
Have I got a roll initiative as well?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Because upon transforming into a giant sandworm, not anywhere near any sand or any kind of natural habitat of itself, you haven't just transformed and gone, oh, that's my mate L'Oreal. You are just a giant sandworm. So now for the next minute...
There's nothing on there about initiative. Do I just roll a d20 and add dex mod?
Yeah.
17.
16.
Okay. So L'Oreal goes first.
Fuck. How far away?
I'll say, because Dave did say he was going to watch, and you did kind of creep up a bit closer to have a closer look. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you are 40 feet away.
Okay.
I need to open a fucking notepad and start making...
Right. I am going to activate my ring of invisibility, then go 35 feet, 90 degrees opposite.
Okay. So straight away...
Yeah, fuck that. I ain't stupid.
Good. I thought you were going to say, I pull out my bow, right?
I can take it.
So L'Oreal goes invisible. Okay. Fantastic. Now you see.
Sorry, mate. It's not going to help you. It's really not going to help you.
So giant sandworms don't necessarily have eyes, so they don't necessarily have to rely on sight. Give me in a panicked moment. Give me a nature check with this ad to see if you've heard about these motherfuckers before. 12. Yeah, I mean, you know it's a giant worm, and generally worms tend to be blind. And it'd be a reasonable assumption to say these fuckers have blind sight. So, creature, yeah. You're just making a beeline. You're just running, are you?
No, I was gonna.
Shit.
Why?
How big is
Colossal.
It's fucking huge,
Oh,
mate.
actually, no. It's huge. It says huge monstrosity.
It's massive.
So
It's
huge.
It's not quite a sarlacc, but it's like a baby sarlacc.
length?
I don't know. I don't want to.
Doesn't say.
I don't want to do a giant sandworm an injustice. At least 40 feet.
Right.
What I will say, Vol, is that you are in difficult terrain because it's a sandworm, not a forest worm. So all these trees and shit and soil isn't going to be the same type of burrowing as sand, you know.
I mean, do I even need to burrow?
Well, not necessarily, but I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's the plan, Biggie? Gonna have to push you.
Yeah.
You've gone invisible.
I'm just gonna have to run. I cannot combat this.
Okay. Which way you running?
Where's the shit? I'm gonna head north, trying to keep it in the forests because I don't want this to get to the city.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be dash actioning.
Okay, so your dash is 60 feet.
70.
70 feet. Okay. So you turn invisible and boof, make a dash. Anything else? Bonus action, or you just trying to outrun the fucker?
You know what? Just in case I have to, I'm going to bonus action put a hunter's mark on it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Giant sandworm.
Giant sandworm has tremor sense. So giant sandworm is going to head in the direction that he felt the tremors at a speed of 50 feet.
It's 50 feet burrowing.
No, it's 50 feet.
Yeah.
25 feet burrow.
Yeah, it's 50 feet movement, burrow 25. So it can burrow, but at half its speed, or it can just topsoil it.
Make a beeline towards where it felt the tremors from.
I do want to apply a minor inconvenience to it, because it is a forest, and the southern forest is denser, if you remember me saying. What I'll say, I'll knock 10 feet off its movement, so it can go 40. I'm not going to, like, difficult terrain it, but, yeah, it can't quite, because it's not across a... you know what I mean? They're used to going in deserts. That's why they're so quick. But in a forest, big fuck-off thing ain't boshing through the trees at full speed, you know. So 40 feet, but yeah.
40 feet, and it is going to slam directly in front of it.
Okay.
Because it's a sandworm that's thick as pig poo. Yeah, so I guess I just make an attack against whatever is in front.
Okay. Melee weapon attack, +8 to hit, reach 5 feet, one target.
Yeah,
You miss.
whatever is in front in that 5 feet square in front of this sandworm is
It's
going
likely to get smished.
Yeah, that's a 24 to hit.
Yeah, there's at least one squirrel and probably a rabbit.
Splat.
Okay. Is it doing anything else?
It has nothing else to do.
Fair enough. L'Oreal, you look back as you see this big sandworm lurch up and then like it's trying to do the worm. But it slams into the ground and it like makes you wobble a bit as this impact sends vibrations out throughout the forest. Birds out the canopy, they are off. Hundreds of birds just like, fuck this, we're out. You turn around and trees have, like, not all just been completely eviscerated, but a lot of trees have been in its path, knocked out the way as it's slithering in your direction. And at that point, you gather it knows where you are. It doesn't need to see, but it can smell you. It can
smell you.
Upon noticing that, I am going to cast level 2 spell, Pass Without Trace.
Okay.
Veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, only me, has a +10 bonus to stealth checks and cannot be tracked except by magical means.
Spicy. Okay. So you notice that it's wiggling towards you. Cast Pass Without a Trace. You feel the darkness of the forest. Trees get a little bit thicker. What you doing?
I'm going to keep heading north, but I'm going to alter my direction slightly, so I'm going more north east.
Okay.
And
So away from the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously you can't dash this turn, but we'll say give me a stealth check. This had obviously, but +10.
+19.
Well, yeah.
So 29.
29. Okay. So you start moving away. Sandworm. The vibrations that you were tracking have stopped. And you don't really have a magical means to track it.
Sandworm is going to use common sense and continue in the same direction it started for a further 40 feet.
Okay.
What is Sandworm's intelligence?
3.
It's irrelevant.
It's a worm.
Yeah. It's irrelevant. He's just going to carry on going.
Just
I mean,
goes.
it
Just
had
goes.
something
If
that
in
way.
doubt, just
Yeah.
go straight.
I mean, it felt something that way. There's
Yeah.
nothing else to tell it that it should go a different direction. So it's just going to carry on going
Okay.
where it was.
Are you just going another the 40 feet, or is it going?
Yeah.
Just the
No,
40 feet.
40.
Okay.
Sandworm didn't realise that Sandworm actually has multi-attack, which means Sandworm can slam and bite. So Sandworm is going to go 40 feet. Sandworm is going to slam and Sandworm is going to bite.
Okay. I won't even make you roll. Those other woodland creatures just get splattered. You do get a taste of, as you lurch out and bite, you grip a tree, snapping it, throwing it away, and you get the smells of splattered creatures that you, I don't know,
So
turn into Nunu a little bit.
as the bite is what it is, if the target is large or smaller, it needs to succeed on a dex save or be swallowed. So it's not
Oh, so you don't
Actually-
eat the tree, you just swallow the tree then.
swallow the tree, swallow any creatures.
Yeah.
Just going on.
Yeah, just hoovering as it goes along.
Yeah.
Okay, L'Oreal, you see this thing is gaining on you now because you went less, you didn't dash. But as you've changed direction a bit and you're quite confident that it is just seems to be going straight, it isn't beelining for you again, it hasn't turned, it just carried on its trajectory.
I'm gonna stop running and let it pass me, and then I'm gonna start tracking it.
Okay. So
Trying to keep
you stop and you
behind,
watch
but
it to
not-
see what it does.
Yeah. I'm not gonna
Sandworm.
try and get too close.
Pass without a trace is an hour, isn't it? Yeah,
It is.
Okay. I have to be a sandworm.
Yeah, so for the sake of playing this out for another 10 turns, now you've ultimately lost your target. We don't have to play the whole thing out. We can just say you just carry on going, destroy a bunch more trees. I mean, there's got to be an obvious sandwormed, levied path through the forest at this point, which isn't ideal for the local fucking area. Just like, there's definitely got to be guards on the tower just hearing some big rumbling and then just seeing trees going just as it slithers. Proper trees in the distance. What the fuck is that? But yeah, after a minute, Dave reappears. Tastes like pennies in the mouth. Like, ugh. What the fuck have I been eating? What was in that muesli, kitty? You turn around to see a rough-hewn path. Low intelligence, but I'll imagine you probably would have known, you know, even though you couldn't control it and you went on a bit of a warpath, you still would have maintained your faculties, even though your intelligence went down to 3. So you've got some memory of what happened. You turn around, see L'Oreal coming up behind you as she's been tracking the path. There's a big worm-sized pathing through the forest.
You just sat in a big 15-foot deep pit. Well, that was interesting.
We good?
I think so.
Care to
don't-
explain?
I mean,
Or should we
if
just add
I-
this to the list of really weird shit that keeps happening to us for
yeah,
no
I
reason?
mean, if I knew what happened, I'd be able to tell you, but all of a sudden I was just a giant worm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just put it down as one of them crazy things.
So much for the quiet day.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a deer to go and pick up. You sure you're okay?
I think so. Pidge, I guess I'm all right after that.
Yeah, didn't take any
Yeah.
damage or anything. You gooch. Say it's normal like polymorph, you transform, you take on that form. So any damage you would have sustained as the worm, we'll probably say you took between 5 and 10 points of damage as the inevitable skimming your way through a fucking forest. You would have took the odd splinter and broken tree and shit, but certainly not enough to.
That is over, does it though?
No, it's one of that like wild shape. You go down to 0, then you lose your form.
I'll hold out my water skin as well. You want some? Because you ate quite a few trees.
I've got my own. I'll sort myself out. Let's go and get this deer.
Yeah. Okay.
Easy enough to trace back your path. Yeah, just follow the path to where the worm started and then go 40 feet back to the glade. And the deer is still there.
I would say that was probably one of the most terrifying things I've seen in a long time. I wish you could have seen it.
I mean, I lived
Other
it.
than being it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep you on your toes, you know.
Well, I certainly was on my toes, yeah.
Good. Right, let's go and grab this deer then.
Yeah.
Dave's going to walk into the middle of the glade and pick the deer up and throw it over his shoulder, please.
Hoik.
Check.
I wouldn't say. I was going to make you do athletics, but I'll say athletics with advantage because you are a stronger boy now.
Yeah. Athletics, not strength. Athletics, 22.
22, yeah. It's obviously it's a big deer, but you can
You're a big guy.
hold it up, yeah, that's it. Strong
boy.
boy now. Strong tattooed boy.
Oh, I wonder if the guards will have anything to say about that ruckus. I'm pretty sure they must have heard something.
Yeah, just played ignorance. I don't really want to have to explain something that I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
easy
so we'll
enough.
head back to the guard tower.
Make your way back towards the city, yeah. Been out probably an extra hour now. You get back, make your way across the gap over towards the wall. As you're approaching, you see people up top kind of shouting down, and the slider goes across. They see you traipsing. They open the door. Hail!
Hey.
Hello.
What news of the forest?
Hunt
Hunt was good.
was good. Took us a bit longer, but because we heard some ruckus off to the north.
Yes,
No idea what that was.
we had shouts from above. Something shaking the trees seemed big. You didn't see anything?
Luckily, we did not see that. If it's something that big.
Fair enough.
Whatever it was, didn't cross our path.
Give me a deception check.
Gladly.
Both of us, or?
Oh, dear.
You can do that one each, yeah.
12. I have plus 10. Okay, I rolled a 2.
Yeah, not
Okay,
the
then.
only one who rolled a 2, but I don't have a plus 10. I have a plus 1.
Oh, dear.
Oh. He kind of looks up and down. Well, just be careful. If there is something out there, we need to make sure we're warning people as if they're going to go out into the forest today. We might have to send word up to the lumberyard. But he steps aside. Do you need a hand with that at all, or?
No, it's fine.
Good
Got
thing
it,
was
thank
there
you.
was no zombies this time.
Well, that is a blessing. Well, congratulations on the hunt, and yeah, have a good day.
Oh. Just goes, well, we're going to have veal for specials at the trust for the next week or so.
Fantastic. Okay, I'll have to pop in. Sounds nice. It's been a while since I've had any a decent freshly hunted meal, so yeah, I might come in later actually.
You're all welcome all the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Shut the door, lock it up as you go through.
I did not expect it either, but well.
You do
Just get back to
see,
the trust.
yeah, with your passive, you can tell the kind of eyeballing you a bit as you leave, but not super, They lied to us, let's go get them. Yes. They're just being aware. So you head back to the trust. It's been a couple of hours. So while they're heading back, where's Brant? What's been the plan?
I would have gone back to the magic shop to get my tattoo.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. You head out, pop into Garamat's store, ting-a-ling-a-ling. Brant, you seem well rested. How are you feeling?
Much better. I got drunk and I don't remember much of last night, so
Well, fantastic.
I'm just going to chalk my experiences up to hallucinations.
Fair enough. I guess you've come to collect on your tattoo. I was going to send a message this morning, but you've beaten me to it. But yeah, if you want to head into the back.
I will head into the back.
So it takes you in and we'll start to do the tattoo. Wes?
I'm just chilling in the trust, having breakfast, having a nice time, thinking about if I'm going to do anything today.
Righto. As time passes on, the others have been out for at least an hour. I imagine you might help Kitty tidy up some of the breakfast bits and stuff. A man and a woman walk in. They look friendly, possibly husband and wife. Middle age-ish, on the older side of middle-aged. Kind of linking arms, they walk in. Kitty, you come for breakfast? And the gentleman steps forward and he kind of ushers his partner forward. Go on. She steps forward and says, hi, could I speak to the owners, please? And Kitty turns and says, yes. Just a minute. Wes, can you speak to them real quick? I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
She walks off into the back.
I'll go round into the bar and ask them, you alright?
Oh, hello, yes. We heard the town crier yesterday and we wanted to inquire a bit more about the job offering.
Oh, okay. I'll go get the actual owner.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go into the back and find Kitty.
Are they orcs?
They're not
I mean,
orcs.
if they were orcs, then Kitty would have fucking said something when they were stood there.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I'm not having a fucking conversation with myself. Kitty takes them into her room and you see her pulling out some bits of random paper, looking a bit confused. And then they head into the back. Wes, you look after the bar for a minute. I talk to this lady.
Yep.
Takes her into the back. Another couple of figures come in over the next hour or so. People coming in wanting breakfast and the like. And there is one other chap that walks in, sits down, quite well put together uniform, with elements of leather armour, has a pauldron on his left shoulder, has an insignia on his chest that you probably won't recognise, kind of side parted and neatly, neat parting on his dark brownish hair. Sits down, says, he's got a big handlebar moustache. Says, I'll have a drink, please, if that's okay.
Yeah, what would you like?
Oh, something that'll get me through the cold weather. What would you recommend? You look outside and it's not cold.
I don't know, I'm a kid. I don't know anything about drink.
Anything with alcohol in, mate.
I'm a
Oh,
kid.
okay.
Yes.
I'm a kid. What are you doing
I
behind the
don't know
bar
alcohol
then?
yet.
This establishment employing children. Oh.
Yeah, just give him something with alcohol in, mate.
Okay, I'll give him something with alcohol in. I'll just get any random bottle that I find, pick it up, put it in a glass, and give it to him.
Okay, roll me a d4.
Oh God.
Oh, what's this
He's
for?
giving him the super strong
Absinthe
very
for
rare-
breakfast.
I've had
Oh.
breakfast. It's
4.
not-
Oh no.
You pull up a brown bottle with a liquid inside that looks
Oh,
a little
no.
bit thicker than it should do.
Oh no.
As you can imagine,
God.
it wasn't quite properly put away last night.
The brand
You-
special.
Ooh.
Pour him a glass and take it over.
A glass.
Or whatever. What do you pour him?
A shot, a half pint, a pint.
Shot.
A shot.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take it over to him. Oh, and he kind of picks up. You see him look at it. And like, where you'd imagine you give a shot glass a bit of a twist, you'd imagine the liquid had moved. Just imagine water in a cup. The liquid had moved quite fluidly, but this looks a bit more like cough medicine. You know, it's got that little bit of thickness to it. And he looks at you see him look at it and he's like, well, he shoots it and grips the handles of his chair, drops the shot glass on the floor. Ah! Bye. Well, that will keep you warm. Oh my. That's a fantastic recommendation. Oh, just a water, please.
Okay.
Head back. You see him kind of trying to sit comfortably, just can't get comfortable, keeps rearranging himself in his seat, and he's like,
Invisible pain.
yeah, the same shot that just sparked Brant last night. He's like trying to hold it down. Tia,
First thing in the morning.
yeah, just wants just a little morning warmer, and he's like,
Sitting there looking like he'd done a one-chip challenge.
yeah, he's just like stoic, but Tia. Get him a glass. Get him a glass of water. Kind of sips it and nods. Well, I'll just I'll enjoy the ambience. He gets up from the middle table and just goes and sits in a booth. Pulls out a small book and writing implement. Starts making some notes. Yeah, a bit more time passes. Anything you want to say, Brant, while you're having your tattoo? Anything of importance, or you're just banging the tattoo out?
I would bang the tattoo out. I'll ask about the scrolls. I'm assuming it'll probably be tomorrow. If he's got to write them all up and...
Yes,
That's right.
I started to prepare them. I've got a couple ready if you'd like them now. Otherwise, I can bring everything over in one big delivery. Or perhaps if you want to use them, Brant, or put them into your...
I'm
Your book.
planning on putting them into a spell book.
in
Another
that
question
case-
was-
I'll give you the ones I've got. Yes, go on.
How much do you charge for a teleportation scroll?
I could write one up. I mean, I've not
I'm
really.
thinking the teleportation circle, I think it is the quickest one, which is basically opening a portal to a preset circle.
Well, that would change things if you'd needed teleportation circle to a specific location. And where would it be? I mean, I assume the city.
I'm planning on the circle in the Mages Guild, the Guild Magic.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go and speak to Tielen and see what we can do. He uses those beacons if it's. I know he's got some of those, but scroll for predetermined to the circle in the Mages Guild. I'll speak to T. Ellen later today, and I'll get back to you on that one. I'm sure I can put it together relatively cheaply. I know you guys are regular customers, and you've spent a lot of gold with me these last few weeks, so there'll be some kind of cost involved, but it won't be hugely expensive. I will yes, all this, don't get to use all of my my capabilities to their fullest. It's mostly just enchanting work these days, so yes, I'm sure I could sort that out. You finish up your tattoo, and he gives you the where are we? He gives you the scroll of Expeditious Retreat and the scroll of Unseen Servant. And then he says, I've left the absorb elements till last, just so I could do them at the same time. It'd be a bit quicker that way. And then I can tie everything in with finishing your enchantments for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. How much do you charge? I think I've only paid for the tattoo, not the scrolls.
Well, I'll tell you what, for these ones, and he does, I've not got my phone, he does a bit of maths. Also, for these ones, I'll just charge 5 gold per level of the spell. But don't broadcast that. So Expeditious Retreat is a tier 1, isn't it?
1.
Expeditious Retreat. So that's 5 gold for that one. Unseen Servant is also a 1, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, so that's 10 gold. And the absorb elements, if you'd like to pay for that all at the same time.
Yes, I'd like to get it cleared in one go. I think absorb elements is a level 1 as well.
All right, okay. I mean, Garamat knows, but Pidge doesn't know every single spell in the game. Yeah, so that'll be 20 gold for the 4 scrolls, only at first circle.
I'll do nicely. Thank you very much.
But yes, and he finishes up your tattoo, gives you those 2 scrolls with the others coming later. So knock off the 20 gold. Have you got the requisite supplies? Of course, copying them into your book does cost.
I do not believe I have got the...
Yes, so if you double check in your statistics, mate, I think to copy a spell into your book, is it 50 gold per level of the spell and an hour?
An hour? Yeah, I think
per
so.
level, yeah.
I think it's less if you're a certain type of wizard.
Yeah, if you're a wizard of that circle.
Yeah, if you specialise in that circle,
yeah.
Half the time, I think.
But being a chronomancy wizard, those aren't chronomancy spells. So yeah, it'll be so you wanted to copy one of all 3 and keep one of the absorb elements spare?
Yes.
So he says I can certainly supply them, being experienced in it myself. It will cost 150 gold's worth of papers and ink to get the sigils right and everything. So I can supply that if you need. And then, of course,
please.
it'll take an hour each to copy over, but I'm sure you've got a bit of time. Would you like to purchase those supplies from me now, or?
Yeah, I'll take them now.
Yeah, fantastic. So 20 gold for the 4 scrolls and 150 gold for the supplies of papers and ink. And you are ready to go. enjoy your new spells.
Thank you very much.
Finishes everything up, sends you on the way. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. I shall look forward to seeing you tomorrow for your finished orders.
Yep,
Shuts the
thank
door.
you very much. And I will head back to the trust.
Cool. Yeah, over the course of time, you guys will have made it back. Brant's had his tattoo, probably took a couple of hours and whatever. You guys have done your hunt and made your way back in. Wes, you keep an eye on this guy. A couple of other people come in over time and like you serve them the odd little drink and stuff. You get that brown bottle, tuck it under the bar. Maybe not that one to the local, just coming in for a cheeky beer, blowing everyone's heads off. You see this guy as occasionally he's just like watching and stuff, occasionally making notes in his book. After about half an hour, the couple come out from the back with Kitty. Kitty's got a big smile on her face. She puts her hands on the shoulders of this of the lady. Says, where's this Mirabelle? Mm-hmm. She's going to run the trust.
You're joking?
No, we hire her, so you don't have to do it ourselves. She's like new barmaid, lady, manager, person.
Okay.
So yeah, she gives Mirabelle this apron, puts it over her, ties it up, and then like starts showing around. The husband says, "I will. I'll see you later, then, dear. That was quick." And then Kitty pokes her head back out the kitchen. Says, "Okay, love you. Bye. See you back." And says, "Yes, love you too. To both." And Mirabelle kind of chuckles, and they go into the kitchen. The fella leaves. Everyone make the way back in. Dave carrying a big ass deer. Would you have done any kind of clean-up on the way back, or is it still just got a fucking arrow through its neck?
Dress it.
Yeah, arrow in the neck, bleeding all down my back.
Keeps the flavour in.
It's just a blood trail throughout the city. I imagine L'Oreal probably would have retrieved the arrow and
probably by the time after the event with the worm, it probably would have bled out most.
Oh, it would have, yeah, mostly bled out, yeah. Yeah, you head into the trust. Yeah, as you carry the deer into the back, Dave, you see Kitty just showing this human lady around. Dave! It's Mirabelle. It's going to help run the trust.
Oh, okay. That was fast. Welcome, Mirabelle. I hope your tenure here is fantastic and wonderful, and if there's anything that any one of us can do for you, please let us know. We're all co-owners. Kitty is officially the landlady, but we are co-owners between us. L'Oreal behind me. You probably saw Wes as you came in, and Kitty, obviously, and where's Brent? Kitty?
And you see Kitty, as you're kind of talking this, and as you mentioned the whole co-owners thing, you see she looks a little bit sheepish. And she's like, I forgot to ask everybody else's opinion, but she's so lovely.
I mean, at this point, Kitty, I don't think anybody's willing to disagree with you. So, yes, we'll just agree that Mirabelle is lovely. And unless she proves otherwise, welcome to the team.
It's so nice.
Yeah. And I'll go up and offer a hand.
Yep, Mirabelle kind of sheepishly but nicely reaches out and just like, as I say, it's like middle-aged, upper middle-aged, just like brown hair tied back in a plait, and just she's got this apron on that Kitty's put on her. She looks like a nice lady.
Welcome to the team. Anyway.
Well, thank you very much. well, hopefully I can alleviate some of the stresses and strains from you guys, and while you're out being all brave and whatever it is you're doing. So yes, I'm here. However you need, I'll keep myself to myself, and shout me if you need me.
Yeah. You done much work behind the bar, or?
A little. I'm not hugely experienced, but I mean, I know what I'm doing. I'm a good cook, so I can cook
Oh well.
quite a lot of things. You see Kitty's eyes kind of widen. Says, yes, make nice things. So I think that probably helped.
Well, if you need any help bar side, I've got like 10 years experience, so
Lovely.
happily point you in any direction of any help you need.
Well, I'm sure everyone's can chip in wherever anyone wants, but of course, my job is to make sure that you guys don't have to worry about the running of the trust. I'm certainly excited. It's such a wonderful place. I've been coming for years, so it's a shame Danson's no longer here, but it's times change, I suppose.
We may not have seen the last of him. You never know.
Well, hopefully not, of course.
Wonderful. I'll get this deer hung up then.
Is everyone here sorted for drinks, by the way? The customers sitting around the Wes? Kitty, are they everyone good for drinks?
So Wes has been out the front. We'll just assume that Wes has been serving people. There's a couple of customers just chilling. A couple of fisherman looking types that look like they've come down, stopped in for a pint on the way to the docks.
I get that I've got under average intelligence, but it doesn't mean I don't know how to pour a drink into a cup.
Well, no, that's it.
No.
Well, actually, you say that, mate. Pouring a pint is a fucking art. All right.
It takes time
practice is needed
to do it well.
Yeah.
I know, but
give me 2 secs, guys. I need to go help my mum real quick.
Yeah, you're all right, mate.
She's shouting me. Back in a sec. Biggie, would you mind explaining to Mighty in the chat the whole Pidge points doubloons thing we had to change? Be right back.
Right, yeah. We've had to add a new currency because we've got a load of different games now. What's the where you can use the doubloons to pay for games, and as you add your doubloons up, you can transfer them in the shop to Pidge points to rank yourself up. So it's what's the different commands for the new ones?
Pidge points in it.
No, is it games? No. Yes, there we go. There's the games you can play. You need a certain amount of doubloons to play each one. And certain games need multiple people in, like Hitman. That's basically a game where a hitman has been chosen to attack someone in chat, and you got to keep. If you join the game, you got to keep an eye out for his name popping up in chat within a certain time, and if you manage to be the first to type the name out as it's written, so if it's all in alphabet or all in capitals or anything, if you're the first to type that in chat, you take the pot of all the coins, and different things like that. Slots. Let's just give it an example. Slots cost a little bit. Hey, I won. Hey, nice. I think slots cost 10, but there's 4 chances to win. Any 3, well, the 3 symbols, if you manage to get all of them, you get 100 there. And then if you get 3 crosses, 3 circles, or $3 signs, you also win an amount. But yeah, the coins can be a lot of fun. Coin flips 50-50. Coin push. Do you have a command which shows the price for each of the games?
We don't know. Unfortunately.
Might be worth adding at one point.
Yeah.
How do you get doubloons then?
You just add them, you accrue them as you watch.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, doubloons you get as you watch. Pidge points. I'm out of breath. You get, I think it's 1 per minute. But the aim... Fucking, I've just ran up and down the stairs. The aim with the doubloons is that you convert them into pidge points over time. So then the eventual aim is to get 1 million pidge points. So I think it's shop. Okay. There we go. So shop list. There you go. So available items to buy and sell in the shop are a 10k pidge points token and a 100k pidge points token. So over time, you earn your doubloons watching and playing the games, and then if you want to, you can buy those tokens. You then trade them to me, because there's a trading function. For example, because I tested it last night and I bought 2 of them. So you check in your bag and find 10k pidge points token times 2. So when you buy your tokens, you trade them to me, I then convert them into, I give you the pidge points equivalent, and then sell the tokens back to the shop. So it's all a bit of fun to accrue points over time and unlock. I mean, I'm going to start doing things for, like, when you reach a certain amount of points or whatever, you can become VIP in the channel. When you get to 1 million, you'll get the reward roll for the million and blah, blah, blah. We'll figure it out because it's all still new anyway. So there we go. Yes. So where were we? Everyone's got drinks, yeah. There's a fisher fella. A couple of fishermen on the way down having a pint on the way to the docks. And you've got the fella in the corner sitting in the booth. Posh uniform-esque. Part armour, part uniform. None of you will recognise the insignia. So I won't make you roll. Handlebar moustache, neatly side comb parted. Seems to be sitting there with a glass of water, making a few notes in his book.
I'm just going to go around each of the tables asking customers if they want anything, if there's anything they need. And then if they don't, I will also approach his table and just see how he is, ask him if he's anything he wants.
Yeah, the 2 fisher fellas, they ask for another pint each. Just trust the Vale, we're about to get on the sea, so we're heading out for a couple of days. Getting a few...
Must be nice to be able to get back out to sea after the event.
It's a blessing, honestly. I mean, we still had some business, but it was heavily regulated, you know. We had to report to the dock master when we were going in and going out, and it was a pain. Now all we have to worry about is the renting the out of character, excuse me, I don't know the word, if there's a specific word for boat parking.
Mooring.
Docking, yeah. So we would just pay a bit of mooring rent, but other than that, we're free to go fish till our heart's content. Keeps our bellies full. And
who do you sell your fish to?
Mostly the market. I mean,
we might be in the market for some fish if you have any. How often do you go out?
Yeah. Well, we go out usually a couple of days at a time. As I say, it's nice to just sit down and have a couple of ales before we head out. So I mean, we'll be back in a few days, and whatever we manage to catch will be split among the others on the crew. There's 4 of us that will go out, so we take a cut each of the fish to take home, and then we'll sell the majority of it to the market. But if you want to make arrangements as well, then we can certainly sell some fish to you guys.
It'd be nice to have some fish on the menu. I can't remember the last time we did.
Yes. Well, we tend to the fish around the south is where we tend to go. We tend to sell them at like usually 5 silver per large fish. Then you get a good few meals out of each fish, I suppose. It depends what you want to do with them. So
Yeah, I suppose if you fillet them up, you could get quite a few. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think if you could send a message once you get back into dock.
We have to come up this way, so we can always stop here before we head to the market and see how much, if any, that you want to purchase, and then go from there.
Okay. Yeah.
Wonderful. He kind of goes to offer his hand out, and then just instead puts it on his chest, and you look down, and he's like a dirty, greasy kind of fella, and he just withdraws his hand to be polite.
I'll still take his hand.
You just grab it anyway. You see him look a little bit awkward, trying to be polite with this grubby hand, and then...
I've just been hunting deer, mate. It's all right. We're all in the same market.
Ah, well, it's a pleasure. Shakes your hand, grips it a bit firmly when you say that, and... Well, yes, we'll, if you don't mind, we'll just have those...
I'll grip it back just as firmly.
Yeah, nice. We'll just have those ales, and then we'll be off.
And I'll let Mirabelle know.
You see she's kind of like patiently looking and still half like pouring as you go to turn, and she like smiles and nods, comes over with the 2 ales and slides them and gives a polite little nodded bow and heads back behind the bar. And she's just kind of smiling, like just watching you like a hawk, waiting for you to kind of relay anything that you need.
And I'll go and see our friend in the booth.
Morning.
Morning. Anything I can get you?
Oh, kind of looks over towards Wes and gives a kind of nod. No, I've had quite enough for this morning, I think.
Okay. Seem a bit.
Oh, whatever the quite strong liquid in the brown bottle was. Was enough to put hairs on my hairs.
Yeah, that's not normally given off as a morning drink, but
well,
fair dues to you for handling that.
He did say he was just a kid, so I asked no questions. It's one of those things. Hasn't Wes got like a bit of a goatee thing, or was that a different?
Yeah. He has a French mustache and a little goatee.
I thought so. He's obviously not a kid, like, you know. So he's like, yes, well, said he was a kid. He quickly fetched me some water to wash it down, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, Wes doesn't often work behind the bar, but he's a good kid. Yeah. I've not seen you around these parts before.
It's a pleasure. He just kind of looks you up and down, doesn't introduce himself straight away. And then he says, "Oh, I'm just perusing. I've come to, well, audit's kind of not the right kind of word. Make some investigations in the guilds and the like, just to make sure everything's running smoothly. And we'd received word, of course, that there was no council currently up and running on Calvados. So I've come to peer in and just make sure things are running as smoothly as they can, and until a new council can be instated, you know."
Oh, do you represent someone in particular? I mean,
he kind of Pats's insignia, but then kind of tries to cover it a little bit. Well,
Can I try and get a good look at the insignia?
yeah, give me a perception check.
That's not 2. Yeah, that's a 22.
22. So you do get a good enough look at it to pick out some details. Give me a history check just to determine how up you are on some of the family names and the like.
14.
14. You've probably seen some.
I did go through the family history book when I was researching my own.
When you were researching your own, yeah. So you would have seen some references. So this insignia is made up in kind of, there's 3 main parts to it. If we imagine the top section, imagine like a badge. The top section takes up the majority of it. And then the bottom section, so say like 2/3 of the top is the main section, the bottom third is split into 2. You recognise that the 2 halves of the bottom third, getting technical now, are heavily depicting of 2 of the main family crests. And the 2 crests are Sinclair and Coleraine.
Ooh.
And the top section of it, it's relatively subtle. There's no prominent markings. It's more embossing kind of in the insignia. And you can see that there is some like leaves, like on the like trophies and the like, you have like leaves coming out.
Yeah, like laurel leaves they are.
Yeah, and that's the one. And then the kind of the symbol subtly embossed is like a pair of scales.
Okay.
What other details would you have picked up? I mean, that they're the main kind of things when you get a quick look before he kind of hides it a bit. So yes, until the council can be rearranged, we've again, I don't like the word audit, but it's the easiest way to describe things, just making sure everyone's keeping up business, keeping the guilds running smooth. And now there's been some obvious changes in the environment of the city. We've stepped in to take a look at things.
Yeah, it's understandable. Wouldn't want things to fall into chaos, shall we say.
Well, of course. Now adventuring types are free to do as they please. We want to make sure people are adventuring and not misbehaving. Has a sip of his water.
Yeah, it has been tough not having the adventuring business.
So are you I don't want to assume, but I see you're serving people and the like. Are you staff here, Loria?
Well, we were the adventurers, but as things got tough, we decided to purchase a tavern just to try to get by.
Well, I mean, getting by, having the funds to purchase a tavern seems to be a bit
we were quite
contradictory,
fortunate
but
in our adventuring before it came to a halt, so we could afford it.
Well, fair enough. So are you part of a group of owners?
Yes. There's like 5 of us.
Oh, right. Okay. Would you mind if I took their names just for keeping things up to date, knowledge sake? picks up his notepad and quill. So you have yourself, L'Oreal,
Yes.
a group of owners. You say where's part of your group?
He is, yes.
Yes, L'Oreal, where's...
We have Kitty, who you've probably seen.
Yes, I saw her. Yeah, yes, Kitty.
We have Brant and Dafia, who came in
Brant
when we went out hunting.
and Dafia. Oh, well, wonderful. Congratulations. And, well, I hope you bring lots of business back to the city and keep the
Certainly
place
what it
going strong. Well,
yes,
I'll...
if there's anything else you need, feel free to come and ask.
Yes, I will do. No problem. I'm probably going to be in the city for a couple of days at least, and yes, if I need anything else or anything comes up, I'll probably be back for a drink, just as long as it's not from that bottle.
Oh no, that's that's not generally given out to customers.
Well, not a problem.
Unless they want to sleep well.
I understand. Maybe I've put that in the non-morning pile.
Yeah,
kind
absolutely.
Of twiddles his stash a bit. Right. Claps his book closed and puts it back in his bag. I shall be on my way to the guilds, I suppose. Well, it was a pleasure, L'Oreal. And I do apologise. I didn't introduce myself. Shakes your hand. Oberon. It's nice to meet you, L'Oreal.
Pleasure. And I'll shake his hand firmly.
He nods. Makes his way out, nodding to anyone else that's there.
Okay, I'll sit at the same booth and I'll just try and catch Dave's eye.
Hello?
Hello, motherfucker.
Dave, you got a minute?
Yeah, of course. Put down the very large meat cleaver from carving said deer and proceed out into the front. Go and pull up a pew.
I'm not quite sure who that visitor was, but apparently there's some audits going on around the city.
Okay.
Not allied with the council or guilds or anyone. It's an outside party.
I mean, it'd be hard to be aligned with the council.
Yeah.
That's inappropriate. I put.
The insignia on he wore, I've not seen this before.
What did it look like?
And I will explain in detail the insignia I've seen. He said his name was Oberon. I don't.
Pidge.
Yeah.
Would Dave make the connection based on the insignia that was described and the conversation that was had with the captain?
Give me an intelligence check.
Are you sure intelligence? Can we not do, I don't know, charisma that I've got a decent bonus in?
Yeah, at least you're not a worm still.
I mean, 15.
15. Okay. So what I'll say is, obviously you've not heard of him directly.
Mm-hmm.
You've only got this thing that was mentioned that you've overheard. So if we're bordering into reasonable assumptions that
it wasn't overheard, was it? Because I overheard it and I went back and spoke to the captain.
And you went back and spoke,
all about it.
Yeah, true. So you've got knowledge of them now, and the fact that he's here, coming shortly after the events. Again, I don't want to say it would have to be assumptions. How far you want to go with that is up to you. I'm not going to say, yeah, you know exactly who it is, because you're still putting two and two together. She didn't mention a name, so it's not
which is why I was mentioning names too. I want them to know who we are.
Yeah.
Whoever they are.
But based on the sigil and the insignia that he
Yeah.
had on his chest,
it would be a fair assumption. Yeah, I'll allow that.
right? Okay.
Again, you don't know for sure because you've not heard names, but yeah, it's an insignia that depicts, well, what do
A set of
scales
scales.
usually represent?
Equality.
Or
Yeah.
Justice.
The Merchant's Guild.
Justice. I'm Batman.
Right. Okay. Oberon Sinclair.
Well,
Sinclair and Coleraine were the
Coleraine.
house
Sinclair
name.
and Coleraine. That's the family names I recognised from the sigils.
And he just said his name was Oberon.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, if we see him again, make sure we treat him well.
So who are these? This group? Who are they?
I don't fully know, but I think he's someone important. In fact, I'd almost wager he was someone important. But
Yeah.
just
I
a
mean-
just a hunch.
You did want to know our names, and with what you did with the reincarnations, I was hoping to maybe if you got some sort of inkling when I said your name, but there was nothing.
Okay. Well, I mean, did he say how long he's going to be about?
It's going to be a few days in the city, going
So
around auditing.
We may well see him again.
And potentially find out if he's more of an ally or what.
Have you still got that letter?
Which one?
The one that the robed person left with you?
Yes.
The one you showed me last night?
Yes, I do.
If he comes in again, try and get him to hang around for a bit, and maybe we can have a talk to him, see if he recognises him.
Okay. Yeah.
And next time you see Boren as well, maybe show it to him and the guild leaders. I don't know, let's just see if we can, It seems a bit strange how somebody randomly comes in and drops a letter
Especially
to us.
wanted in the Fae realm. Do we know anyone connected with that at the moment?
I mean, the only people that I can recall that are anything to do with the Fae realm are those guys who turned you into that monstrosity that you've become. But other than that, I can't.
I mean, I could message them with the Sending Stone if they've heard of the names.
Yeah, don't. If you do talk to them, don't give them all of the names. Just drop maybe one or two. See whether anything comes of it.
Okay.
Last thing we want, if these guys are potential friends or going to be helpful to us, then the last thing we want is for somebody to go and hunt them down.
Okay. I might head upstairs to send that message. I don't want anyone else potentially.
No, of course,
hearing
of
in
course. Just have an extra look around, if you know what I mean, before you do so as well.
Oh, absolutely. You're almost getting accustomed to doing that now.
Yeah. I know the imminent problem has dissipated, but there's nothing to say that there isn't something lingering.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really much know into that kind of magic, but I don't know how close you have to be to cast it.
I mean, if Volmar was here, he'd tell you. 'Cause he's casted it before. I mean, Brant might be knowledgeable enough. He might. Scrying works.
Yeah. But other than that, we do have quite a few things we need to do today as well. We need to go and
Have we?
see.
Go and see.
We need to go to the arena.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Go and see our big friend. See if he will agree to join us, and then we can try and persuade them to fight alongside us as well.
Yeah, I think the guard captain said the guy's name was Bryant Cobeson, or was it
Jordan Michelson, one of them.
no, James LeBronison, maybe.
Uh.
I'm not sure. We'll have a look. We'll go and have a chat.
Yeah.
Swat. You want about the pitmaster?
Yeah. I'm winding you up, mate. I'm winding you up.
Do you remember what his name was?
We ended up calling him the Merry or something, didn't we?
Yeah. Roger the Merry.
Roger the Merry. We'll go and see Roger the Merry. Yeah. Okay. We'll head out. I just need a little while just to gather myself. I think I've had quite an ordeal this morning, and just like to rest for a moment.
That was quite a fright, I will say.
Yeah, it's a interesting experience for me as well. But yeah, we'll look at that another time. We'll discuss that another time.
Yeah.
I'll just.
Do you want a drink?
Yeah, go on then.
do
Nothing
I
too
have to?
strong.
All right, I'll just grab a pale ale.
Pale ale.
Nothing to knock my socks off. Oh, hang on. I need to add that one to the pricing sheet then.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Are you actually doing the full ledger?
I've started. Yeah, I've actually got a ledger.
Pale ale.
I don't know if it's.
As a point of note that's just popped into my head, we've kind of embellished it a little bit in the past, but when it comes to sending stones, it is essentially just a stone that allows you to cast the sending spell. So they should still be like 25-word messages that you can reply to. You know, it's not like a walkie-talkie.
But they are unlimited use.
I think we kind of said, don't take the piss, you know. We can't have a let's plan an entire fucking battle frontier across back and forth, you know. But if you wanted to send 2 or 3, you know, within reason.
Well, at BT, you can't go over an hour. You got to be on phone for 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and hang up and call them back.
Oh, I remember that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Good time.
We're not old, promise.
Fucked it up.
The kids won't remember. Anyway, yeah. So, what have we sold this morning? What have we had in people that have bought shit? We had.
You've had 4 trusts,
1 super shot.
1 super shot.
Super shot.
He didn't actually put any money for that, by the way. You give him the super shot, and Wes give him the water,
Wes.
but he didn't. He didn't actually pay for it, which is a bit ironic given who he is. Just
We'll have to go and catch up with him, and he owes us.
Yeah.
By the way,
Excuse me, sir.
10 gold for that shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 trusts.
I'll
We'll
make it a bit
just say like 2 breakfasts or something, or whatever.
Breakfast, 3 silver.
And you're also going to have to work out how much we're paying Mirabelle.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll pay her $1 a week.
Wow.
That's a good wage.
I was thinking $1 a day.
Are you mad? Give someone $1 a day. It's preposterous.
Gold a day keeps something away. I don't know.
Keeps a smile on your
Employees
face.
away.
The tax man away.
Right, so what's everyone doing then?
Yeah, Dave's having a chill, having a quote unquote short rest for roleplay purposes.
Okay.
Oh. I am going to go to the magic shop.
Okay. Wesiguan leaves the trust.
The magic shop. That's where's he gone.
It's going to the magic shop. So you make your way down the road. There's a bit of hustle and bustle. Again, like there's people out and about. Business seems to be picking up a lot. It's nice to see. It's a nice day. Sun's out, guns out. You see a few more adventuring types as well. Speaking of the old sun's out, guns out, there's a lot of topless dudes with big weaponry on their backs, be it hammers, axes, swords. And they seem to be making their way towards the arena, or some are coming from and heading towards the guilds. There's a lot of hustle and bustle of people that don't just look like civilians. You head into the magic shop. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Ah, Wes.
Hello, Garamat.
Nice to see you. What can I do for you?
So I have this sword, and I'm going to pull out my encore. I'm going to lay it on the desk, and I'm going to say,
Okay. He kind of picks it up and looks it up and down. Very nice.
right now it has a psychic magical thing on it.
Okay.
And I was wondering if I could get it swapped to a different type of magic.
Potentially, it's feasible, yes. Is there a reason you want it swapped, or would you want it enhanced, or you could always put...
Yeah, I think I just want it swapped, if that's all right. If we could get that done.
Okay, what were you thinking?
I was thinking if you could put radiant on it.
So radiant is it's a difficult one. That's more of the divine kind of magic. Yes, that one's difficult to enchant. I've had a couple of requests from you and your allies of the radiant route. I am looking into it, but unfortunately, it's not something I can do. I'm more limited to the elements, and I can do necrotic, because of course that leans into necromancy. But there's the fundamentals are there, of course, with divination magic. But divination it tends to be more of the utility and like scrying and the like. It's less to put damage into things, you know. So we've got the foot in the door, but I'd need to, well, practice, learn, and develop the craft. It's certainly not something that's going to happen imminently.
Mm-hmm. Could you get it enhanced then? To do, like, to be better, I guess.
Yes, I can do that, yes. It'll probably take... Well, it depends what kind of enhancement you need. Do you want the blade magically sharpening? Do you... Of course, generally speaking, with weapons, you want them to hit a bit harder, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's doable. It depends what you'd like. What are you thinking?
Just like, yeah, to get it to hit a bit harder.
Okay.
A bit more damage done.
Well, improving pre-existing enchantments is certainly quicker than adding new ones and the like, so... I mean... He thinks for a second and he goes and checks his ledger. I mean, I have made a lot of money, so perhaps I could shut up for the day, and I know the rest of your colleagues have orders that I'm working on that are due to be finished tomorrow. I could try and get yours done. Try and get it done by tomorrow if I shut up shop for today. In the interest of enhancing, So again, I could offer you a similar kind of enhancement. It depends on exactly what you want, but I could definitely get an enhancement done for tomorrow for 600 gold.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Well, if you want to, do you have the finances to hand, or?
Can you do that weird bank thingy where you like get the guy up and
Kind of rolls his eyes and smiles. Yes, okay. Puts his hand out. Furbolg appears. Morning. Welcome to the Bank of Calvados, Garamat. How can I be of service today? Yeah. Spacebar.
Skip one immediately.
Yes, I have a customer that would like to make a withdrawal, please. Yeah, certainly. And the name on the account?
Wes? I think it's Wes.
Opens bank. Yes. The account of Wes. He kind of Garamat turns to look at you. Looks you up and down. Yes. You have 6,000 gold in the account. What would be the withdrawal or the transfer?
600 gold, please.
And the account it's going to? Garamat. Why do you ask every time? It's procedure. Be patient. So 600 gold transfer from the account of Wes into the account of Garamat. And done. Fantastic. So Wes, you have a remaining balance of 5,400 gold. Is there anything else I could do for you today, gentlemen?
No, that's it, thanks.
Well, thank you for visiting the Bank of Calvados. Please have a good day. He kind of hesitates for a minute. Garamat nods. And you see the guy has a big smile on his face because he actually let him finish his speech. He closes it off. Oh, well. He's only doing his job, I suppose. Makes life easier across the board. So, yes, if leave it with me, and I will, I'll shut up shop for the day, and I will get to work. No problem. You see, like he kind of wiggles his arms and his sleeves roll up a little bit, and you see there's like runes kind of on his forearms that are kind of glowing in a dull purple. Some of them are glowing a dull blue. Some of them are dull green. He says, right, it is time. Time to get to work. And he shows you out. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Have a good day, Wes. Shuts the door. You hear him lock, pulls the curtain across. You look up and the usual dull puffs of smoke that are coming out of the chimney. A few seconds later, they get a little bit quicker. Like a fucking steam train. You can feel the kind of air around Garamat's place is generally a bit warmer this morning as well. He's certainly cracking some work out for the squad. Putting the fucking elbow in. He's like, right, I've made a few bags this last couple of days. I'm just going to shut up for the day, get this shit done. So, yes. You leave Garamat's store. You heading anywhere else?
No, just back to the trust.
Righto. So everyone's in the trust. Chilling. I think, was it you or Vol who made Encore? Or did I make it?
It might have been on Junior.
It's on Wes's sheet.
Yeah, no, I
Enhancement.
know it's on your sheet, mate. I just need to have a look at the. Yeah, it's Encore. Yeah, I've got it.
Right, okay. So for the sake of, I mean, because you're not going to be able to use it till you go collect it again. So you might as well upgrade it. You might have to go back in and edit it if you can, though.
Yeah, what we're going for? +3 instead of +2?
Yeah, make it a +3. And what is it? What's the damage on it currently?
1d8 psychic.
1d8 7. Oh, 1d8 psychic,
Yeah,
yeah.
1d8 psychic.
1d8 psychic. So we'll say make it 2d8.
Okay.
And while we're at it, bear with me.
Save changes. Is that all we're doing to it? Yeah.
Yeah. For now, just make it a +3 from a +2. Make it 2d8 instead of 1d8. Just for 600 gold, 1 day job. Could probably do a little bit more, but yeah, for 600 gold in a day, that'll Scooby Doo. Biggie. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll do it in a bit. Right. So, yeah, you head back to the trust. Everyone's in the trust.
You just refresh your sheet, Junior. You'll have it on there.
Yeah, fuck
Okay,
it. While
thanks.
we're at it, Biggie, if you want to add L'Oreal's air render. Yeah, we'll go into it when you actually receive it. Yeah. What's everyone up to?
Bing chilling.
Bing, chilling. Does anyone else want to achieve anything for the rest of the day, or do you just want to skip a day?
We do need to.
Oh
go
no, you want to go to the
bit.
arena. Yeah.
I'll be.
You
seeing
are
the trust
muted, Biggie, I think.
Yeah, we need to go and see a Vavor first.
Brant's doing his writing in his book,
Mhm.
scribing the scrolls. So that's going to take 2 hours. For the 2 scrolls that you've got. Okay.
Yeah.
So Brant, you notice as you sit, you kind of sit down, and you've not done it before, but it's one of them things where, like the wizard practice, as you sit down and you start to read the scrolls, you start to feel charged with this magical energy, almost as if reading the scroll is, of course, a part of the casting of it. You have to actively read it and then channel the magic. But the process of copying it over into your book is different. You set out the sheets of paper and the inks that you got from Garamat, and you start to practice the sigils a couple of times. You write them down, a few lines and the insignias needed for the what you would have for the somatic components and the like. You copy it a few times and you start to get more practiced at it, more comfortable at it, and then you notice that you're kind of closing your eyes and you're just writing these things down, and they're just flowing off as the magic would. And then you feel ready. Once you've practiced enough, you go over to your book itself and you transcribe the magics over. And that final writing, as you finally copy it over from scroll into book, you see the symbols and sigils are lighting on the scroll, and then they dull, and then the sigils and symbols are lighting your book, and then they dull, and then when you look back at the scroll, it's you can sense that there's no magic left in it. It's just as if someone wrote down a spell, a shopping list. There's no magic left in it, and now the spell is in your book. Of course, you do that for both spells. You practice casting it. Of course, you cast an expeditious retreat, and you kind of start tapping your leg while you're while you're writing, you feel the need to get up and stretch, and you just pace around the table a couple of times. You're like, oh, fucking hell, Speedy Gonzales. And the unseen servant, at one point, you start trying to practice casting it, and you sit back and you offer your pen out, and the unseen servant takes it, writes a couple of things, and then you think, oh shit, no, he's not copying it right, and you take it back, and then the servant fades as part of the practiced casting. And eventually you have both spells in your book. Meanwhile, Brant's chilling with his pens and papers. L'Oreal and Dayfier, make your way south.
Off to see the jolly, the merry, not jolly, he's merry. We are going for a Vonda.
Yeah.
Go for it, Vander. So you make your way towards the arena. As you start approaching the arena, you can see there's quite a lot of hustle and bustle on that main strip up to the arena. There's additional guards. There's, as I say, there's quite a lot of people coming to and froing. You head up towards the front gates, and there's a couple of guards there. They seem to be like filtering people through. People start queuing as they get a bit closer. Would you eventually make it to the front? So the guards step forward. There's this a visiting, paying customers, appointments. What's your business today?
We're here to visit Vavo if he's not too busy. We also may need to have a meeting with the Merry, should we say?
Yes, well, it's a busy day. I know he's planning on reopening the arena soon, so I believe a lot of people are coming to purchase tickets for the reopening, and people signing up, and it's in 2 days' time, I believe. I do apologise, we're all a bit flustered, just trying to keep people in order. But yes, if you want to head through, I don't know if Roger the Merry is free to chat, or he's caught up, but certainly you're free to have a look around. Have a good day in the arena. If you head to the right, that'll be the ticket office. If you head to the left, you can find the more living quarters and the like, the offices. So yes, have a good day. He kind of nods to you, and then yes, appointments. What is it you're here for today? To the next group of people as they come up. You can tell he's sick of fucking saying the same thing, not realising how many people are perhaps going to come over.
Oh, interesting. So they're reopening the arena.
It's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Don't fancy yourself as a gladiator?
Oh, I'd make a mess of either myself or someone else.
Or you turn into a worm and just crush everything and win.
Let's try and not bring that up again, please.
Yeah.
It's not my finest hour, I'll admit.
I don't know what. Yeah.
Anyway, let's find this large fellow you're talking about.
He's all right, Vavo. He's a gem. Soft as a brush, but hard as nails.
Daft as a brush, I think, is the term you're looking for.
I wouldn't say he's daft, but he's...
Yes, but brushes aren't often soft, L'Oreal. After you.
And I'll head in, having been here before.
You recognise you couldn't get there last time because it was obviously split off for the event, or everything was closed. Appropriate gates you can see are opened. It's more of a bit of an open exploration thing. You can walk to the living quarters, speak to the people and the gladiators.
After the way it ended last time we were here.
Well, yes, there's that too. But you make your way into the living quarter areas, and easy enough, sat at the far corner. It's the big lad himself. He's sat, and there's like loads of people all around him, and you can see he's kind of trying to be friendly to people, but he's just fucking massive. So like people are offering him high fives, and he's just nervously just putting his hand out for them to touch because he doesn't want a high five through a kid or something.
High five him into the floor.
Slap against the floor.
So and like you see him trying to hold like a pen to do like an autograph thing, and it's just, oh bless him. It's difficult for a big ogre to be like recognised, and
That's
people
a
are like
good
toing and froing.
I'll just give him a wave.
You see his eyes light up a bit when he sees you, and he just puts his hands through the crowd and just parts the crowd. He stands up and wanders over. Oh, L'Oreal! He comes over to you. Hello!
Hello, my friend. Long time no see. And I'll just put my arm around whatever.
Just like halfway round his knee. It has been a long time. Why are you here?
I've come to see you.
Oh, I'm fighting again soon.
Really? Ooh.
We're opening up.
Yeah, good. You looking forward to it?
I think so. It's been quite a long time.
Yeah.
So I've been practicing.
Good.
But I don't know who they're gonna get to fight me yet.
You'll have nothing to worry about. You're the best here.
Well, okay. Are you gonna watch?
Yeah, I'll try and come to watch your match.
Good. There's lots of people that come to see me as well. You see the group are now kind of trying to merge back around him.
These are all your fans. You're famous.
That's a lot of people.
And there's like 3.
That's a good like 10, 12 people. There's lots of people going that way as well. And you turn around and the guards are like actively stopping some people now. They're like starting a bit of a some in, some out situation.
Yeah, they're all coming to buy tickets for your match to come and watch you.
Well, I hope I win then.
Oh, you have nothing to worry about. As long as you've been training, no one can beat you.
Yeah. Where's everyone else?
They're back at the pub. Do you remember where we were staying before?
I can't fit.
I know. But we bought that pub now. We own it.
Who's that? Points
This
at Dave.
This is my friend Dave. He's come to see you and say hello.
Hello, Dave.
Yes. Hello.
Dave, this is Vavo.
Yes. Nice to meet you. And Dave's going to kind of hold his arm up.
Just kind of puts one finger forward. Just grab the end of his finger.
Shake his finger. It's nice to meet you. What's going on through there? Where all those people are going?
Buying tickets, I think, for
okay.
For we're opening again.
So there's not is there anyone else here that's like your size?
No, I'm the biggest one. And like you look around and there is some other gladiatorial types, big airy dudes with big beards, and they've all got clubs and stuff. Scars across them. One of them's got half of his head seems to have been caved in a bit. Like you don't get that there's a massive intelligence in the group. They're more just thump monkeys than you know, but they're all kind of like banging clubs together, and there's not a lot of practice and training they can do in this living area, while there's so many people about. But yeah, they're kind of dossing about. A lot of fighters come in from other places. So
come to try their chances in the arena.
Yeah. So I don't know who we're fighting. I don't want to fight my friends, so hopefully they have someone planned.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Like I
L'Oreal,
said-
do you want to hurry up and you
Yeah.
know get this conversation moving, and we'll go and
Father,
Yeah.
we come to ask a favour from you.
Right. I don't
gonna-
have a lot to give you if you need money.
Oh no, nothing like that.
Oh.
We need your skills as someone who is strong and can fight well. If you'd be willing to
I can do that. Fight
wa-
for you where?
we're going to be going on a journey. It's going to be a dangerous one, which is why we need all the help we can get.
Oh.
You're one of those strongest, most powerful person I know. And
Well, I do like to look after my friends. When are you going?
it's going to be in the next few days. You will have time to have your fight here. There's no worry about that.
Okay.
And we're hoping that maybe some of your friends might come as well to fight with the
I
great
could
Varro.
ask them. How are you getting there? Because I'm too heavy for horses and boats.
We're going to be using magic to get there. But and I'll show him the amulet. I'm remembering that he will teleport to this. Or
Give me a history check to see what you can remember about it.
$11.
Yeah, so if
12.
If you've got it, you can add Garamat's Essence Amulet to your inventory if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, so out of character, this amulet can be used to contain the essence of one creature. The creature can be up to large in size. Only one creature's essence can be contained at a time. The creature must be willing and give permission for their essence to be contained within the amulet every time it is used.
Okay.
As a pointer note. So it's not just Favo, get in. You have to get their permission every time. Consent is key. When the amulet is used, the physical form of the willing creature and their equipment is visibly sucked into the amulet, and they exist within an extra dimensional space. The amulet has one charge. It is currently unknown how frequently the amulet can be used, but Garamat suggests it could possibly be once per week. It could possibly be more. Only with usage can the specifics be tested. One thing is certain, though, that if the essence isn't released at least once a week, the essence will be released on its own. While contained within the amulet, the creature is aware of everything that is happening around whomever possesses the amulet. They do not need to eat or drink and can survive within the extra dimensional space with no complications.
Okay. Well, how we get you there, Bravo? I have this special amulet, and
Okay.
you would be able to be pulled inside this amulet, but be safe from harm. You're completely safe, and you would be able to travel with you.
Scratches his head. I won't fit in there.
You'll be surprised. This is magic. It will shrink you down, and when you come out on the other side, you'll be back to full size and strength, ready to help us.
Give me a persuasion check. Still got your dishead.
I would like to assist. Can I help her?
Yeah? How do you help?
I'm going to try and persuade him as well.
What do you
Going
say?
to tell him that everything is fine and everything is wonderful, and he'll be in there and he won't have to eat, drink, sleep, go toilet. Everything will be absolutely fantastic.
Perfectly
It'll be
safe.
like his own holiday.
Well then,
Shall I roll as well?
yeah, roll one each.
Okay. What's the DC?
Find out.
19.
Okay, I rolled an 18 and I've got plus 15. Does a 33 work?
And he scratches his head again. Well, if you say so. I don't know a lot about magic, but if it works, it works.
It'll be just like you're on holiday.
So
You haven't got to
we'll
worry
let
about
you
anything.
have your fight here in the arena. Show them the mighty champion that you are.
Yeah. Flexes a bit.
I mean, look at you. You are the absolute champion of Calvados.
There's a little halfling that gets blown over when he flexes because
Yeah.
the wind he makes.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you can persuade some of your friends to want to come with us as well, that would be wonderful.
Will they go in as well?
Unfortunately not. They would have to travel with us, but we will be teleporting by magic. So there'll be no boats, no having to go over water, nothing like that.
Okay. Well, I will try.
I mean, who wouldn't want to fight alongside the champion?
Yeah, it's true.
Plus, you'll all be known as heroes when you get back. Imagine all the people that are going to want to see the heroes of Calvados.
I think they will get a lot more people coming to the arena then.
Yeah, all to come and see you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go and sit down.
Yeah.
You can come sit down if you want.
We do have to go and see Roger, unfortunately. But if
Okay.
we get time, we will come back and see you after. But you've got all your other fans that you need to see as well.
Well, I'll be here.
Good. And I look forward to seeing your fight. To seeing you win.
Nods. Starts to slowly turn because he's surrounded by people. He kind of ushers them back a bit. Goes off and sits back down in his big booth area.
You know what, Dave? I think we might have succeeded on that.
I hope so. He looks a bit like he could hurt some people. So,
Oh,
yeah, I
I've
think that's
seen what he can do.
Yeah, I think that's.
He went toe to toe with basically what was some kind of demon thing.
I mean, we've done that. It's not. Well, I suppose if he's doing it himself, yeah, I guess.
Hand to hand,
Anyway.
he had no weapons.
Okay, all right. I'll. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, he's a bit handy. Anyway, right. Shall we find Roger before I shit myself? He's fucking huge. Why didn't you tell me he was that big?
Yeah, I did try to tell you that, you know.
I know you said he was a big lad, but Jesus fucking Christ, his finger's bigger than my whole arm.
Yeah, he will be a valuable ally.
I think you're right. Anyway, let's go and find. Let's go and find Roger.
Yeah.
Gonna
What is it we need from him?
accost the nearest person who looks like they work here and ask them where we can find Roger.
Yeah, you make your way back through, and there's like a couple of ticket booths. There's a few people in there just selling tickets. You see towards the back, there's a fella stood up on a kind of slightly raised stage bit. You recognise it further back where you were last time. I mean, Dave won't, but where them gates were that you were trying to shoot things through. A little bit further round is this little stage area. This fella's stood on there. He's got a bit of a Robin Hood-esque hat on with a large purple feather that twists. Wearing a nice leather kind of tunic with a belt around it. Some toits, very Robin Hood-esque in his appearance. Dark brown, and then he's kind of stood and he's got just a goatee with a long moustache goatee coming down. And he's kind of just nodding to people and waving, and people are giving him like flowers and like bits of fruit, and he's also selling a couple of tickets.
It's safe to make an assumption that is the gentleman we're looking for.
Indeedy weedy.
Okay, we shall proceed
It's quite a
towards
fancy outfit,
Tighty
isn't it?
Whitey.
Yeah, head up to Tighty Whitey. People are like filtering through to and fro, getting tickets, giving him stuff, blah blah blah. You two get up to the front. Hello, and tickets, gifts. How can I help you today?
You, Roger?
Of course, Roger the Merry.
Fantastic. You run this place, yeah?
Oh yes, of course, yes. Wonderful establishment. We're reopening, so of course there's quite an excitement in the air.
Okay.
Someone else hands him a rose, sniffs it. Oh, lovely.
Do you know what, L'Oreal? I think it might be best if we don't take people from here, because this is a money maker for Calvados, and if we rinse.
You can see while you're talking, he's just cracking on, selling tickets, gifts.
Yeah, I don't know whether we need to. We'll tell him about Vavo anyway, and then whatever happens. Roger, a moment of your time, please.
Oh, of course.
We're planning an excursion down south to the Isles of Martin in a few days' time.
Oh, that'll be a delightful trip.
We have recruited one of yours, Vavo.
You see, like, straight away, it goes from, like, smiley demeanour to a little bit more stern. What do you mean, recruited?
He's coming with us.
Oh. When? You know we have a grand reopening.
Yes, I know you have a grand reopening. He will be here for that. But after that, he's agreed to come and join us to assist us in our cause.
Pulls out a fan and flaps himself a bit. Well, as long as you bring my prized fighter back, then I'm sure we won't have any issues.
I'll make sure you're compensated for the time that he's
wonderful.
gone.
Yes. Well, anything else? As you could see, I'm quite busy. I do apologise.
We have asked him if he would ask some others if they'd like to accompany us as well.
Well, you see, again, he gets a bit nervous and his voice wobbles. Well, we shall see how it goes.
The cause is just, which is...
As most tend to be. He pats his money pouch.
Oh, this has nothing to do with money.
Yeah, it's not money. Listen, if everything doesn't go as we're planning it to, then Calvados probably isn't going to be here much longer.
Well, the arena will stand firm, right? And a couple of people all cheer. Yay, arena, woo!
Oh, God.
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation.
Well, yes, anyway. Anything else I can help you with?
That'll be all, thank you, Roger.
No problem. Tickets, gifts. He just goes back to speaking to people.
I'm going to grab L'Oreal by the arm and escort her down the steps off the stage and start walking out. He's... I've recently coined this new term. I think I'll call him a Pat.
Oh, do explain what that means, because
He's a pompous, arrogant twat, and that is clearly audible for everyone in the vicinity to hear. It's not. I'm not trying to be quiet with it.
A lot of people turn to look at you disgruntled at the expletive. Roger he's just admired. Like, people seem to love him and he loves being loved. People giving him flowers and fruit and gifts, selling tickets. He just doesn't give a shit. He's living the dream. Now his arena's getting back open.
people like that
Yes.
I can't stand. Just getting rich off those in the living quarters while they live in.
Well, here's the thing, okay? It's not exactly an honest day's work, but people want to see it. Gotta give him credit for his business, but Jesus Christ, I think he needs taking down a notch or two.
We could
Maybe
do
when
it.
we come back. We could, yeah. That's just what I was thinking, actually. Yeah.
Expand
Maybe
into the arena business.
maybe there'll be a stray arrow or a, I don't know. Maybe I'll accidentally smite him.
Who knows? But yeah,
No.
I
You see Dave cover his eyes. Sorry, Father. I apologise. I won't do it, I promise.
Feel a cold breeze.
That ice cold mage hand slaps you across the face.
You know what, Dave? I saw a glimpse of the old you then. That was.
I am trying.
But I don't entirely not disagree with you.
He doesn't seem like the sort of person that's actually in it for anything other than himself.
Yeah,
I think he's
that's
almost,
what annoys me.
Yeah, he's almost extorting Vavo and the other fighters just for his own personal gain. I mean, yeah, I know everybody's got to make a living, but I doubt he's paying these guys in reasonable.
Well, you saw it down there. It wasn't exactly luxurious, was it?
No,
And they're the ones taking all the risk. But
yeah, I mean, it's risk, but it's non-lethal. Let's put it that way.
Have you watched the games?
Is it not?
It depends on the event. It's not like to the death every time. You know that one the last time was, because obviously the situation at hand, it was
the Vavo direct one was definitely yeah.
But yeah, they are mostly just like big arranged fights where Vavo just gets the punch guns around the arena for a bit. A few broken bones with a few platinum in the back pocket. Fuck it.
That's what we like to see. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can have a look and see if we can assist in some way, shape, or form when we get back.
I mean, even if Vavo just accidentally embraces him too hard after a victory and just pushes him to dust, you know.
I mean, I'm sure you probably wouldn't even have to pay him to do it. Honestly, just tell him to go and give him a hug, and the rest is history. But anyway, we're digressing. Come along, let's head back to the trust. And
did you want to maybe go and see your captain of the guard friend after our visitor this morning?
Why would I want to go and see the captain?
They're maybe not aware that they're doing audits around the city.
Oh, honestly, L'Oreal, I think if anybody is to know that the captain of the guard is probably the highest ranking official we have in the city at the moment. I'd like to have thought that he would have paid a visit there. But I mean, I can go and see the captain. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to pop my head round the corner. And maybe I'll actually, yeah.
He did say they were heading up. He was heading up to the guilds first after.
Okay.
Breakfast.
Well, yeah, I'll pop in and see the captain and see whether there's anything, and I might actually talk to her about some guard detail for the trust.
That's not a bad idea.
I wouldn't want Mirabelle to be there by herself without anything else, you know.
Suppose we could maybe also look at hiring a doorman if we can't get any guard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can sort something out one way or another.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Let's go and see the guard captain then.
All right.
Cool. So you both going?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
You make your way up past the Trost, you see another couple of people going in and out. There's certainly a little bit more business today, which is nice. Yeah, you head up through the marketplace, through the hustle and bustle, up towards the guardhouse.
Walk up to the door. Are we going to be greeted by a round of applause again?
There's no one stood
please
outside.
No, stop it. No, start it. Go on, start it. No, stop it. Please stop it. No, go on, start it. No one outside. Okay. Let's walk in.
Yeah, the doors are shut this time, but you give the handle a try. Door opens. Make your way in. There's a guard sat at the front desk. Hail.
Good afternoon. I'm guessing we'd be about afternoon now. We've done already.
A few hours. You went hunting and then, yeah.
So, Captain around?
She's not. She's visiting the prison this morning.
It seems to be a recurring thing. Is it something she does every day in the morning? She goes to the prison.
Not every day, but she, of course, has to keep in communications with the warden and making sure that if there's any transfers or the like, etc. You know how prisons are. But yeah, she headed off that way and she's not returned yet. So,
okay.
Is there anything I can help with? A message, perhaps?
Oh, you may be able to help. We're looking to get a permanent guard posting outside of the Corner Trust.
Oh, right, okay.
Obviously, there will be financial compensation for this. Obviously, possibly two, if it's something that can be done. Maybe a couple of guards just to be posted outside of there.
I'm sure it could be. It would ultimately be it would need to be signed off by the captain, but I can take the message and.
I mean, they don't even have to be outside. They could be positioned inside, just as deterrent if anyone wanted to start trouble, you know.
And refreshments and food will be provided throughout their posting.
Of course, you see him. He's like writing things down. Well, it certainly seems like a viable cause, and especially now with our number being bolstered a little again, and things seem to calm down in the city. It's, I'm sure, a posting could be arranged by all means. Yes.
Fantastic.
I mean, we've just hired a new barmaid stroke. Someone to take charge of the Trust while we're away.
Okay.
So, and she's not a fighter at all. So, if there was any trouble, she couldn't defend herself. That's why.
Well, of course, yes. Personal posting would be, certainly it could be rotated and the like. So yeah, I'm sure the captain would go for it. It's Dave Fear. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not sure of your name.
L'Oreal. I'll offer my hand.
L'Oreal. He shakes your hand. So I shall pop the message that Dave Fear and L'Oreal came in to ask about a posting. Certainly, yes.
And there's also another slightly more sensitive matter we'd like to speak with the captain about.
Oh, really?
If
Turns
there's
to
any
another
chance,
page.
you might ask her to pop to the Trust later on this evening, or find a way to get a message to us, and we'll more than happily come up here. But it's a discussion we'd like to have in private.
Okay, yeah, he turns back to the page because it's not something you're going into detail of. And they would like to speak to you in person. Yes, I shall get the message to her when she returns.
Fantastic, thank you. How are the guys doing?
Mostly recovered, yes. There's a couple that have taken their leave, which is expected, given the nature of things. But most of them are, getting back to things. We're made of tougher stuff, us guards, you know. He smiles. So, it'll be nice to see everyone back on the beat again.
Wonderful. That's what we like to see. And do remind the guys that we're the trust is always open. Everybody's welcome.
Be nice
Please
to
stop off.
see them.
Thank you. Yes, I'd heard you had a group in last night who definitely didn't come in this morning well rested. He smirks. So, I think everyone deserves a little R&R after what's been going on, so no harm, no foul.
It's a fine establishment, ours, and we hope to keep it that way. And as long as the drink's flowing and the times are good, long may it continue.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Well,
we shall bid thee a farewell.
Have a good afternoon, and I shall get this message passed as soon as I see the captain.
Thank you very much. We shall turn and make leave.
And make leave you do. Where you headed?
Is there anything else we need to do?
Hang on, I need to look at the right sheet.
I know you mentioned something about seeing Baron about something.
Yeah, actually, that's a good call. Before we go, do you have that letter with you?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Can I just borrow it a sec?
Yeah, I'll hand him the letter.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the sheet of parchment and I'm going to fold it in a way that the rest of the text is covered up, but all you can see at the bottom is the list of names. So I'm just going to fold it back on itself so that all that's left visible is just these names at the bottom, yeah?
Yeah.
And I will walk back up to the counter and place this on there. Excuse me, sorry, sir, before we leave. Do any of these names mean anything to you?
He looks over them. They don't. You say their names.
Yes.
I mean, they're written in common, but they sound almost Sylvan in their build-up. But I don't recognise any of the wordage. I wouldn't want to mispronounce any of them, but
No, that's the trouble we're having as well. There's some quite strange-looking sets of letters. Yeah, but it was just on an off chance in case you recognise any. Maybe you'd seen some of them, or
no. Is it someone you're looking for, or
no? Someone. I wouldn't call them an old acquaintance, but somebody who almost felt a little familiar dropped off this letter last evening, and that was the contents. Or there was these. I believe them to be names written across the bottom.
Well, fair enough. No, they don't mean anything to me, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, thanks again for your time, and we'll leave you to your day.
No problem. Be well.
And you. Right, now we'll go up to see Baron.
Still.
Broke up a bit there, mate. Biggie.
Yeah. So yeah, just saying, still no further with those names.
No. I thought it might be just worth a look. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it's unlikely, but
I mean, if they're who you think they may be, then the gods may have heard the name bandied about.
yeah. But again, having knowledge that the letter said in the Fey realm, it's highly unlikely that it would be anyone around here. But someone may have been seen for something. I don't know. It's a long shot, but yeah. But we'll go and see Baron. I know he's got some interesting individuals with him, so maybe one of those will know something more. Maybe
I could do with a cup of tea as well.
don't know if I could ever drink another cup of tea in my life. We spent nearly a week drinking nothing but tea.
Yeah.
But anyway, I suppose it'd be rude to say no, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So walking and talking, you make your way up into the civilian residential district, cutting through. This time, Dave, obviously, like L'Oreal went last time, I think, and Dave, used to kind of sticking to the back streets and the back alleys, slinking your way through, you now get that sense that it's nice to just make your way there without having to worry.
Walk through and not mind anything else that's going on. Fantastic.
So knock on Thaz door. Door opens. Baron stood there. Ah, well, there's a couple of faces I've not seen in a day or two.
How are you,
Hiya.
friend?
I'm not bad. What can I do you for?
Can we come inside?
Oh, aye. Sorry. Makes his way in. Shut that door for me.
Kick the door shut on the way in.
Starts heading for the kitchen. Tea?
Aye, go on. You persuaded me.
Okay.
Makes his way in.
yes.
Shouts through from the kitchen. So, what is it?
We got a strange letter from a strange person being
Ooh.
yeah. Here's a little. How knowledgeable are you of the Fey realm? Or any one of your guys?
Well, I don't know a lot. Prey might know a thing or two.
Lay round.
Kind of bobs his head round into the living room. Aye. Prey kind of gets up and walks over. Nods.
Gonna pull the letter open all the way and give it to Prey.
Yeah, received this the other night. It's
Takes the letter and reads the whole thing and then hands it you back. What do you need?
I just wondered if those
did you-
names meant anything
yeah.
to you, or
Oh, the names.
I point them out because they were faintly written.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see them. And then she says, Faranesh, Jotun, Klinoi, Draco, Liu, and Vorthe. They are Sylvan names. I don't recognize them, though.
We don't know anything.
Definitely names that would be known in the Fey realm, but if it's Fey names, most Fey keep their true name to themselves. So if this is true names, then somebody has, by all rights, well, it's not a nice thing, you know. It's
Power in a name.
exactly if somebody is giving out people's true names, then they must have some kind
Person
of
dropped off the
vendetta.
letter. Reminded me what I could see of them from what they kept their face covered, but their skin, I saw their hand, and it almost reminded me of the shape changes that Ulysses had working.
It is likely there are people like that from the Fey realm. They are rare and on the material plane. She folds up the letter and gives it you back. Goes
Just
and
thinking
sits
that
down. Rubs
maybe
her head a little bit.
Is there anyone we could see about using this to our advantage? Pointing out that we may know where these 6 are, if that is who we think they are.
If somebody gave you the letter in secret, it's probably, as I say, it's probably because they don't want to be revealed. If they are giving out true names, that is a very almost traitorous kind of act, you know, for a Fae. It's like telling somebody your enemy's weakness, you know, it's
But
it's
as it says
obviously
in the letter,
intended to harm.
These 6 are the traitors. So clearly someone wants them to suffer or pay.
Well, of
penalty.
course, but that is just a letter. It's not signed. I suppose they could have written anything. It's how much you trust it is up to you, but maybe it's just somebody wants to get rid of somebody, so they paint them out to be bad. But of course, if it is, as you suspect, to be Ulysses' men or women, then of course maybe somebody was trying to help you, but if they were trying to help, why would they have to
Hide.
It is up to you how much you trust, but
Is there any way of finding out for certain these names, if they belong to who we think they are? Or
again, if they are true names of fey creatures or fey beings, it is likely not many people will know them other than themselves. So whoever found out the names must be someone of importance to them in some way, because it is almost a personal secret that no Fae will tell anybody. Because, of course, there is power in a name, and
can knowing a name be used to trace person that this belongs to?
I mean, it could be possible. I don't have knowledge of that kind of thing, really.
Do you know who would, or maybe would?
Well, I don't. If there is going to be magic involved in tracing somebody based off their name alone, it seems unlikely. I think probably best would be to, I don't know, maybe if you think it is Ulysses' men or women, then keep that for emergency use. I don't know. If you start throwing around Fae true names, then someone might get the wrong idea and take offense to it or something, I don't.
Yeah. Could make more enemies than we already have.
It's like, it's kind of an underhanded tactic, it's selling somebody out for, and that I worry perhaps you say they are keeping to themselves and hidden. What trust can you put in an anonymous message, It seems a little... Why would somebody randomly give you the true names of your enemy's friends? Maybe somebody's trying to help, but who knows a motive from an anonymous tip?
That's the only thing that's puzzling me completely. Like, I don't know why somebody would, like us of all people. Like, what?
Unless they know what we're planning.
Boren pops his head out. He's been kept quiet, and he comes round with a tray of teas. I mean, you say us of all people, but you seem to be at the forefront of goings on, and
if they know what we're planning and who we're planning on taking on, it may be a means to weaken Ulysses by getting rid of his top spellcasters and defenders.
Aye.
How do we know they're even them?
Well, that's the thing. We don't.
It does seem a bit convenient timing.
Hoping to track who they are, and if it turns out they're the Islands of Martin, or it's a safe assumption then that is who they are. But just a thought.
I think we need to have a word with your friends from the Fae.
Yeah. Once we get back to the trust, I'll send a message.
Well, any other developments? With
3 days.
3 days.
3 days, and we're leaving.
Right, okay. We've got an actual time scale to it.
We're going to go and have a chat with Tielen in a while.
I might
Go and
ask him.
finalise things with him.
Yeah.
And talk to Grom and Jalaz.
We
Let them
spoke
know.
to our friend Vavo at the arena. They're
I'll
going
have
to
a
come and
chat.
help. We
Have a
need
chat
to.
with the guard as well, and the prison.
We need to get Brant to message Darius and ask him to arrange some more troops if he can. He said,
Aye,
give it
well,
a few time. The more we get, the better.
you see Baron kind of looks stern for a minute. It's not until things become a bit more definite that makes you think.
Yeah. That's
Well,
kind of more
there's
of a
another big
finality.
glug. Aye. We can only do our best. And as long as that madcap bastard doesn't leave the island, then that's all we can hope for.
Yeah.
I'd like to think if he's so interested in getting done what he needs to do, even if we do make an assault, it's not really going to be quick and quiet. But hopefully what he needs to do will keep him there. You know.
There's a chance to do what we need to do.
In and out.
To finalise what we're going to do when we get there.
Yeah.
Are you going to be having a... Well, I suppose we'll need a final altogether war plan.
Yeah.
Is it worth...
Not tomorrow. The day after. Just you. I mean, you can bring the other guys if you want, but the idea is I'm going to try and keep... We'll try and keep the meet as small as we can and rely on people to relay information, but day after tomorrow, if you want to meet
the
us down at
leaders
the
of
trust,
each faction.
Yeah, and
as such,
we'll have a chat in the trust, us guys, and as many others turn up. Darius, the guild leaders, Vavo may or may not be there, but
I don't think we'll need to.
someone.
I mean, he's going to be fighting the arena that day, so
He is, yeah. We'll find a way to pass the message on, but we'll elect a leader or a minder, for the people coming from the prison. We'll get the guards to, if there's any of them coming, we'll get the guards to.
His head bobs up when you mention the prison. He kind of looks and then shrugs a bit. Right,
concerned? Concerned about the prisoners?
Just ticking a lot of boxes, it seems, and I suppose anywhere we can drum support, then.
Well, that's the thing.
The more hands with swords, the better.
Yeah, a lot of those that are in there are probably in there for those sort of reasons. So, I mean, we'll get them, we'll take them over there with us. And as I said to the guard captain, as I said to the Warden Michelson, is it Michelson? As I said to Warden Michelson as well, you know, if they don't come back, it's not a problem to him. If they do come back, then
they get a remittance on some of their sentence. So.
Yeah. So we'll just have to play it by ear and see what happens and hope that everything goes well, I guess.
Aye, well, I shall be there.
Yeah,
Anything
so
else?
We'll see you in a couple of days, I guess.
That you will. I'll
Stand
make
up
sure
and
my
hold
lot
a hand up.
starter. He
Yeah.
grips your hand, gives you a big
I'm
firm
gonna-
shake.
Pull him a bit closer and grab his forearm.
Yeah, he kind of leans in, grips you,
Do a proper.
kind of gives you a knowing nod.
I'll just
Aye.
throw my arms around him, give him a big, tight hug.
Ugh. Aye, lass. Well, we'll
We
be
have time
ready.
to prepare. Make sure you're well stocked.
That's it.
Everything you need.
We'll see you soon.
Away
Starts
we
to
go.
lead you towards the door. Brant, you'll have finished your book stuff. If you want as well, you can have recast your Find Familiar if you want to have in that time. There's been enough time.
Yeah, sure. I will bring the owl back.
Coming back as the owl, okay. So yeah, you guys leave Borrens. Are you heading anywhere else today?
Should we let the guilds know, or did you want to go and see
Yeah, we need to
Tialan?
get to the. We need to get to the guilds.
Let them know what the plan is. Let's go see Lars and Grom
Grom.
first, and then go and see Tialan.
Yeah. Sorry, just to change the subject right quick. I've just had confirmation about the delivery. I think it's going to
Oh.
be here tomorrow.
Nice.
Fingers crossed.
I did think,
yeah.
even with next day, 5 p.m, it's a bit short notice,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I think maybe I just got a little bit of like, yeah. Normally places like if you order before 5, they'll ship it the same day. But regardless, anyway, yeah. Back on the D&D.
Yeah, you make your way across town to the guild area. You're like late afternoon at this point. Sun's heading down to the west hand side on its way.
Sun's getting real.
Sun's getting real low, big guy. You make your way to guild area.
Nearest one to the entrance is the fighters, is it, on the left?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, fighters as you go in on the left.
Yeah, well reminded, Vol. I'll tell you, I didn't realise it was 7 o'clock. What we'll do is we'll have a break now, and we'll come back to doing some more bits and bobs of arranging when we get back. There's a game of Hangman going on in the chat for anyone that wants to have guesses. 10 failed guesses and we lose. So don't fuck it up. But yes, we will be back in about 15 minutes, about 20 past.
Yeah,
So
good show.
go for a poo and we'll see you in a few.
Two.
Some scran have done fuck all day.
Yeah.
Doodly pips.
Bye. D&D, not fucking chat games.
Sorry,
Come
sorry.
on.
I was excited. People are buying tokens. So I'll teach you how to. Yeah. So you've got the item now, Mighty. If you do ! Inventory, it'll say you've got 1 times Pidge Point token. So you hold on to that, and at a time appropriate, you can trade that to me, and then I take the token and I give you 10k Pidge Points, and that's how it works. So you convert your doubloons over time into Pidge Points. It's a convoluted system like that, because originally Pidge Points was the ranking system and the currency, but I couldn't use Pidge Points as the for the games because it was a ranking system as well. Silly fucking thing. But still, the fact that there's a shop, you can buy shit. Litty like a titty. Anyway, sorry YouTube, for those that aren't aware, this is a Twitch chat, games and things.
Come and have a look. Come and have a look.
10k pounds.
£10,000 of Pidge Points. Holy
Yeah.
moly! Right, so we're back. You guys get to the guilds. You go into the Guild of Fighters. Big Grom is just pacing up and down. Leans up against the wall. Looks at the bounty board, currently empty, and then here's you come in. Yeah.
Are them 2 guys fighting outside again?
No, there's no one outside.
Shame.
You have to put token Mighty at the end. You walk in and Grom stood there looking at the bounty board that's empty. He kind of turns, noticing you coming in. Ah!
Afternoon?
Hello, hello. What can I do for you?
Basically, we've come to let you know if you are agreeing to come with us on our venture. We are going to be having a meet.
As I said last time, I'm in. If you, you got any more details or what's happening?
Come and meet us at the Corner Trust in 2 days, day after tomorrow.
We're going to be having a meeting of all the leaders of each of the factions that are involved.
Yeah.
And
all
we're
right.
going to be going in about, I think, 3 days, isn't it, Dave? 3 days we'll be heading out.
Yeah, in 3 days we leave. So if you come and see us in 2 days, day after tomorrow,
We'll have the plans ready.
we'll have a plan. And
Plan to go the day after. Yeah, all right. I'll be there. No bother.
You only need to bring yourself. You don't need to bring everybody. Then just you come
to the meeting. Yeah.
Righto.
Just give you enough notice time to make sure all the men that you're bringing are equipped.
Yeah, the boys are getting ready. We've got their gear. As I say, we're just waiting for word. So no bother. I will see you soon enough for this meeting then.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
We'll see you then.
What? Yeah. Kind of leans up against the wall and flexes a little bit. See you later then.
See ya.
He goes back to pacing. You can tell that he like
fuck off.
You can tell he looks a bit bored. Like he has just been waiting ever since you came in. He's just like, oh, fucking hell, I want to go fight something.
Get your chance. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you make your way out.
To see 2 lads.
Guild of Shadow. As you approach the Guild of Shadow, the ominous house on the hill-esque thunder and lightning bolts and bats flying about. It's like the Addams Family gaff. No, there's just...
I didn't realise it was a Guild of the Undead.
Yeah. No, it's it's much like all the other guild houses, but you can tell this one's always quieter. The air and the ambience around it is just weirdly quieter. We go up to the front door. Door opens.
Have they got a shortage of like WD-40 in Calvados or something? Because every door we open creaks.
Creaks, mate.
I mean,
creaky
when we
door.
get to cast a grease spell on those hinges, but
Yeah. Cast grease in your hand, go about, rub every hinge in Calvados. No one's done that.
do it when we get back.
cast grease
Listen,
into a
Font-
bucket.
Into a bucket, yeah, and just go paint. Yeah, funnily enough, no one's done that, so all the doors creak. Tulaz is sat on the desk. Hello, good afternoon, good evening.
Thought we should
Good evening.
buy with some information.
Okay, more developments. You come to convince me your plan is viable yet?
We have more forces to our name.
Wonderful.
We are going to be having a meeting of the leaders of each faction that Tross 2 days' time.
Okay.
Finalise plan.
Well, I shall endeavour to be there, and as I stipulated last time, I shall either leave with a nod or I shall leave without intending to come.
It's your. If you do decide to join us, we will in 3 days.
Okay, then we will be ready. Should your plan be viable?
We will
Can
see
I
you
help
then.
with any? Yes, indeed. Can I help with anything else?
I'll look at Dave. Maybe knowingly, as with regards to what we were been talking about earlier over the letter.
Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen?
Received a letter nights ago from the mysterious unknown. I use the word person like
Go
I
on.
don't quite know.
She leans forward a little bit, her legs dangling over the edge of the desk. She puts her hands on the sides.
I'd like to know what you make of this, if we could use it to our advantage. We'll hand over the letter. There's a list of names at the top.
Well, they're definitely Sylvan names. I don't think I recognise any of them.
I am the person that delivered it. From what I saw of them, they seem the same species, race, as it were, of as Ulysses' shapeshift guards.
She rolls her eyes. Oh. Well, if you've been gifted their names, then I suppose you should put them to good use.
How?
Well, names of power can be used in arcane means, perhaps. It would, using somebody's true name to attempt to charm somebody magically would give you advantage to enhance your ability to control them, perhaps, you know. Unfortunately, as powerful as many Fae beings are, their power does lie in their true name, and that is why they keep them so secretive. So whoever has given you this clearly has it out for them. And if it is who you presume, I suppose efforts could be made to stop them. I don't know, using their name in any means of attack, be it a spell, or, you know, any reason to call them out with their name could be beneficial.
Who would be best to see? That is something that.
Well, I suppose if you were going to pass this information out, then you'd want to give it to the mages, anybody of arcane nature that wants to, or that could make use of it, you know. Other than that, I don't know. Depends how you want to use them.
I mean, if they are Ulysses guards, the ones he used with it personally, just getting out of the way is potentially a lot easier.
Definitely. If you could just speak up a little bit, L'Oreal, please.
I do apologise.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's. I think we might speak with Tial and see if he can
It's a good start.
do something about it if the need be. I mean, if it's not them, we don't have to use the name for anything. But having that advantage be extremely beneficial, and if he can cast a spell in some way to remove them from the field of battle, and that's something we need in our arsenal.
Certainly. Speaking to him will be the best step.
Okay.
But given all things considered, the timing of everything, it seems right that they would be perhaps who you suspect them to be.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She hands the letter back. I will see you at the Trust for your meeting, and I shall hope that your plan is viable.
As do we.
I shall look forward to hearing it.
Okay, thank you for your time.
No problem.
We'll see you in a couple of days.
Indeed. You know where I am. Most of the time.
I mean, if we knew where you were all of the time, what good a rogue would you be?
Precisely. Be well.
You too. And we'll see you soon.
She nods and smiles as you make your way out.
Okay, interesting.
She's okay.
It's all right there.
Yeah,
A bit
just a little flustered.
Something there you want to talk to me about?
No, fine. Tielen. Yes, Tielen. Guild of Mages. Yes. Let's continue.
You don't have to keep anything from me.
Oh, I do love a strong woman. Oh.
Is it strength or is it the danger side of it that?
Oh, I don't know. It's just her. Okay. Breathe.
Yeah, let's go calm you down. Let's go
Yes.
speak.
Go and see Tielen. That's enough to calm anyone. Enough to calm anyone down. Excuse me. I apologise.
And then we'll get back and get you a drink.
A nice cold bath, yes. Tielen!
Yes!
Bang, bang.
So you make your way across the guild,
Mages.
over to the mages.
Can you cast calm emotions on yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually.
The door is open. You hear some like clunking and clanging in the back. There's like some little bits of parchment and things just like floating about in the main hall of the guild house. You make your way in.
Tielen!
How you doing?
Yes, just give me a moment. Like, you know, a couple of bangs and crash. Hello, everybody. So busy. Well, what can I do? And you see, he takes off these little pairs of goggles. And he's just got like black all over his face, like soot. The goggles reveal his two big, beady white eyes.
What?
Dave here, L'Oreal. Making these beacons. I've been... sometimes I need to calm down a bit and not rush.
You're not the only one. I'll just look at Dave.
That's quite enough, L'Oreal. Thank you, Tialan.
Yes.
How are those beacons coming along?
Yes, very well. I've got 10 more, so we're up to 25 at the minute. So I don't know how many people you're planning to take, but unfortunately I won't be able to beacon everybody. They're meant for adventuring parties, not last-minute war bands. But I'm sure I could get a number more done before we leave. How long have we got?
3 days.
3 days.
Oh, well, I'll do what I can.
Have you got any mages you can call on to assist?
Yes, I'll have some help, but if we're going to be ready and going as well, and
I mean, are you sure it's right for you to go? I don't mean to dampen anything or insinuate anything, but
well, perhaps
not. Are you able enough to?
He kind of slow looks at you.
I think you do him a disservice there, Dave.
What do you insinuate, Dave? And he just starts to levitate, and 2 plumes of smoke start coming out of his palms.
Listen, Tialan, I'm not doubting.
Always ready. And he kind of stumbles in the air a bit. He lowers himself down. I'm ready for anything.
I'm not insinuating that you're not ready, Tialan. I just feel like maybe it would be better to have you here, and if,
just
for
in
example,
case
shit hits the fan, we could call on you, and maybe we could have another teleportation circle ready.
Yes, perhaps. You do speak wisely, Dave here. Okay, then I shall remain here.
Okay.
Again.
Do you have any of your guild that would like to accompany us?
I'm sure there's probably some. Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we will be having a meeting in 2 days at the Trust of all the leaders.
Okay, I'll send a scribe to listen in.
Fantastic. And then the day after, we will be leaving. But I'm certain that we'll be leaving from here, so yeah.
Okay, well, I'd better get back to work if there's anything else.
There is one thing I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
Having power of a name of a Fae realm.
Yes, there's a lot of power in a name.
If you knew the name of an opponent that was a Fae, is there any spell you could use that would remove them from the field of battle?
Not really. I mean, there's banishments, but not a specific one tailored, if you know what I mean. Usually knowing the true name of a Fae being that you're trying to, I don't know, persuade or cast a spell towards, using their true name amongst the casting will usually make it more effective or make them less likely to be able to defend,
Sorry.
Why I mention it is I believe I have come into the possession of the names of Ulysses' 6 closest guards.
Oh. Well, use them wisely, I suppose.
Is there any way of being able to use a name to check, to maybe track where they are?
Well, I suppose having the names is one thing, but knowing which is another.
I mean, they generally travel as a group. I mean, it would give us some idea, maybe, of where Ulysses is right now.
I mean, you could try to scry on them, I suppose. Maybe the familiarity of having the name might help, but...
Jelen, is there a locate person spell?
Yes, but has its range limit.
Right.
Would you do us a favour? Just
Yes?
on the off chance, could we give you one of these names? Do you know how to do the spell?
Yes.
If we were to give you one of these names, would you be able to see if they're close?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to roll a d6. Dracor.
And I'll give them the full name and spelling.
And you see he concentrates for a second and draws some sigils in the air. Let me see. Nope.
Okay. I mean, maybe it was worth a try. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they are all with him. Maybe we don't know. Maybe they're in another plane, and I'm guessing the spell doesn't travel across planes.
No.
They're probably somewhere else.
All right.
I've just got got a lot on my mind.
Maybe
Well,
we'll get to, when we get to see Brant, if he's able to scry, maybe try that. What's the
yes,
limit?
well, it's worth a try. Scry is plane locked, but other than that, it should be anywhere as long as they are. You can break through their mental fortitude and. If they're, I believe, if they're very wise, then you might not get through. But
does scrying work across planes or not?
No.
Oh, okay, so I mean, yeah, yeah. Would one know if one attempted to scry and one was impenetrable in the mind? Would one know if the mind wasn't accessible?
So if you tried to scry and it didn't go through, then
would we know it had been blocked, or would we just know it didn't work?
Yeah, it just wouldn't work.
Would they be made aware of it, though?
Let me double check.
If they fail, if they succeed on their wisdom save, they will know someone's trying to scry on them.
Right,
But they won't know who.
Won't know who. On a failed save. Oh wait, on a successful save, the target isn't affected, and you can't use the spell against it again for 24 hours. So, like when it comes to the save, if you've got second-hand knowledge, so you've heard of them, they get a +5 to the save. If you've got first-hand knowledge of them, so you've met them, there's no modifier to the save. If you're familiar with them, you know the target well, there's a -5 to the save. As far as connection goes, if you've got a likeness or a picture of them, they get a -2 to the save. If you've got a possession or a garment, they get a -4 to the save. Or if you've got a body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, or the like a physical part of them, they get a -10 to the save. So what I will say is, having a name would give them a negative to the save. I won't tell you what it is.
A -4 because it's a possession. They possess their name. But regardless of that, Dave's got a plan.
Okay.
If a target, oh right,
is it like a security camera if you set it on a location?
Shoulder.
Yeah, it creates an invisible sensor within 10 feet of the target. You can see and hear through the sensor as if you were there. The sensor moves with the target, remaining within 10 feet of it for the duration. A creature that can see invisible objects sees the sensor as a luminous orb the size of your fist. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before as the target of the spell. When you do, the sensor appears at that location and doesn't move.
Okay. Guess where it's going?
Brant, put it on the altar.
I ain't been to the altar.
Yes, you have.
You remember being at the altar now?
No, I never went to the altar. I stayed on the ship. It was
Piss. Of course he did.
it was Raoul and Dave, I think, who went up there with
And me, I went.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone went except I wasn't there at the time, so I stayed on the ship.
Ba, 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 ba.
Okay. Well, thank you for your help, Tielen. Yes.
Yes, I'll get back to my creations.
Yes, fantastic. We'll see you the day after tomorrow. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that was a thing.
Yeah. What? What was the thing?
This whole altercation just now.
Oh, yeah, of course, definitely. Should we go back to the trust?
Is there anything else? I mean, could call for a Michaela's on the way. Hungry.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we've got a week's worth of food at the trust. You just want to.
Yeah, but that's the supplies of the trust. I wouldn't want to waste them on us.
I'm not role playing getting a fucking Big Mac meal. You go get a nice Michaela's takeaway to walk back to the trust with.
Yes, I'd like to purchase a Michaela's, large Michaela's, please, with
Go
a.
up to the booth. There's no receipt paper. Bastard.
With a large sweet potato fry, and a jug of milk, please, for Kitty.
Shaken. Yes, you get your Michaela's. You head back to trust.
Sorry, the milkshaker's out of work. It's not working.
Yeah, the milk.
Just give me the milk. I'll shake it myself.
The milkshaker's off today.
Yeah, he called it sick. Oh my days! Just imagine there being somebody stood there with his fucking barrel of milk, just going like that. Oh dear! Right. Anyway,
Yeah, you will return to the trust. Mark off 6 more ales and 2 luncheon meals. However much you're charging for them.
yeah. 6 ales. How many luncheons?
3. And a bottle of wine.
Yeah, someone had a fancy lunch, have they?
Fancy lunch.
Hang on, I've just realised I've done this a bit wrong. So 3 luncheons.
And a bottle of wine.
A bottle of wine. What's there? About 4 glasses in a bottle.
Yeah.
3 big glasses with a nice luncheon.
Okay.
What was your is that was the woman that was sitting on her own at the bottle of wine and lunch.
Okay.
So, while these two have been off gallivanting, talking around, what's Wes been up to? Because Brant's been doing his book and his getting his owl back. Took him an hour.
Sitting in the trust, being all depression because he's got nothing to do, and everyone else has gone out.
Depresso espresso.
Depresso because none of the party are there for him except for Kitty, who's a little bit annoying in his head.
Don't say that when he's around. Oh dear, you're
Yeah, that's why I said that. I said it now.
Yeah. So you're all converge back at the trust. I mean, if there's nothing else you need to do, we can move on to Moza.
Yeah. Right. Let me just tally up for today.
Yeah. So unless there's
Yeah, go on,
anything,
carry on.
anything important you need to do tonight. can...
I want to do message my hunter friends.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything?
Dave's sitting in the corner in a daze. Daydreaming about his future wife.
Did you need Brant to scry?
Scry and contact Darius?
Yes. Brant, talk to Darius. Day after tomorrow, ask him to be here for a meeting where we will go over the plan. And ask him how he is with the army numbers, see how many able-bodied he has gathered.
Okay, I'll send a message. Corner Trust, day after tomorrow. Battle plans being made. How many men have you raised? Can you raise more?
Raise more.
Brant. Yes, I will be there, no problem. I have 25 more than the initial 50, so 3 contingents, and I'm working on something else. See you soon.
I think Darius is bringing us something nice.
Okay. Did he elaborate?
He's bringing us a battle worm.
Giant Sandman. No, he just said he's working on something. So I'm assuming maybe he's planning something clever.
Let's hope so. More the merrier. Okay, now on to the next port of call. Brant, just take a look at this letter. L'Oreal, give it to him. He was. I think Brant was in Compos Mentis. He was gone.
In space. He was in space.
Yeah. Or he was either in space or he was blackout drunk from one shot.
Okay,
Yeah, we
do
had
I
this.
see the name?
Yeah, this was delivered nights ago when you were otherwise doing something or somewhere.
While you were not breathing in space.
Because there's no air, yeah.
Because there's no air.
Breathing in space. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. This was given to me by what I can only presume is a changeling. That's the way they seemed to me. The way I looked at this, I saw their skin on their hands. It looked like Ulysses' guards. But this letter, and I'll hand it over. As you can see, it's got the names at the bottom, and whoever these are, they are traitors. I can only come to the assumption that these are Ulysses' guards.
Ones that imitated the guild leaders.
Yes, or that imitated Ulysses himself when he came here.
Pidge, is there a Fey nation of changelings that might be the ones who contacted us?
Give me... What, are you seeing if you know about them?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, seeing this saying assistance can be given, I'm wondering, like, and they're traitors. Obviously, there's some sort of organization behind it. I'm wondering if it's some sort of, like, similar to the Orc tribes or, you know, the Dwarven outposts. Is there, like, a changeling?
Yeah, there's definitely...
nation?
Yeah, like, the Feywild is essentially the name of the realm, but the plane, but yeah, there's a whole other world out there, you know. There's cities, you know, like groups. Yeah, it's similar to the material plane, but it's just the Fey realm. So yeah, it's reasonable to say there's probably a group of changelings out there, or a city, or whatever, an organization that they've been traded.
Well, that could be who the letter's from. It could be from the nation that these people belong to, their own people. They've betrayed them, and well, you've been noticed. They've noticed that you're after them. You've encountered them, and they want you to deal with them. It's a shame it doesn't say how to get this assistance, because it would provide a way to contact them. Why would they offer assistance if there was no way to acquire this assistance?
I was thinking of contacting my friends who are in the Hunters. They work on that plane.
They could probably give you an idea who sent this then.
Oh, yeah, someone who to contact. How we would do it, I don't know. But if we can get any more assistance, especially dealing with their kind and power that they have, it would be greatly received.
Have you looked at the library to see if there's any information on changelings, like any weaknesses they have, any sort of way to?
I mean,
like,
we may have the information about the groups of changelings living in the Feywild there. Might be worth looking into quickly tomorrow. But I don't get any information from my friends.
You do your sending thing, Laurie. I'll see if you can get in touch with your guys. See what they say.
Okay. I'll head upstairs just in case anyone's here listening that shouldn't be.
Okay.
And I'll come back and let you know what I find, if anything. So I'll head upstairs.
Yeah. Brant, when it comes to scrying, what focus have you got?
I don't have one. I've been stealing other people's focuses. Would it be possible to say, when I went out to the magic shop, could I buy myself a crystal ball to use as a scry? I think that's the only thing I need.
Yeah, if you want to knock off.
It's all just been buckets of holy water.
Yeah, if you want to knock off 1,000 gold. Garamat pulls out this chest, puts it on the top, and he opens it up. There's 2 locks on it. You can see him cast a couple of sigils as well, so they're not only key locks, but they had arcane locks on them as well. He opens it up, and inside are 3 perfectly spherical balls. One's a deep red, one's a deep purple, and one's a deep blue. These should suffice as a means to focus your scrying through.
Is there any difference between them? Is the colour just aesthetic?
It's mostly aesthetic and material used in the creation of, but yep, I believe they should be a requisite for scrying. You can choose which one you should like.
And it was blue, purple, and
a deep red.
I'll take the Purple. Go on then, I'll take the purple. Why not?
Okay. He carefully lifts it out, wraps it in a silk kind of bigger than a handkerchief, but like a silk piece of material. Puts it inside a leather pouch sack, hands it to you, locks the chest again, puts the keys in the lock and does the sigils again, recasts his arcane locks and puts the chest down. So you can add that to your inventory. Purple crystal ball, 1,000 gold for scrying, whatever details you want to add. But yeah, so you have your focus.
Yes, okay. Back to
You knocked off the 1,000, mate.
Yeah, cleared it. Yeah. Okay, I will. Do you want me to try scrying on one of these people? See what they're up to.
Give it a go.
I'll give it a go. Which one, Dave? Which one do you want to? Who do you think is going to give us the best chance at getting?
I think your best chance would be Jortin.
So knowledge would be you have met the target. I don't think we know them well. Connection. Yeah. Likeness or picture, possession of gun with bodyguard.
The connection you'd surmise is because you're basing it off this is that you're attempting it based on the fact that you have what you assume to be their true name.
Okay. So would that be possession or would that be likeness?
It's something I'm throwing in there. And I will...
That means he's not going to tell you. You just have to do your thing and he will give you the outcome.
Right, okay.
I'll tell it's better than possession, but not as good as a physical part of them. But names are powerful, so... There will be a negative to their save, put it that way.
And he's in the bath.
Okay. Just furiously scrubbing himself down. Oh god. He's old and wrinkly, started to prune.
So what's your spell save DC?
Well, you're saving against a wisdom saving throw of 18.
Okay.
Fails. I don't know how the save modifiers or whatever.
Don't worry about the modifier, mate. He hella failed.
Oh man.
He got a 4 on the dice, plus his modifier minus the negative modifier. So yeah, he ain't getting to 18.
Now see through his eyes.
I am him.
I am him now.
So you sit down, Brant. You prepare yourself. Take a few deep breaths. Make any preparation. Are you making any other preparations? You tell me. How's your scrying work?
I'm trying to think if there's any sort of like. My main worry will be is what if it's a whole Palantir, like I try to scry, then they scry back and see me. So I'm assuming I'd probably try and maybe in the cellar somewhere it'd be quite hard to see. If it happened to go particularly bad, they wouldn't necessarily know where I am. I don't think anything else would be important. Yeah, I'd probably just go into the cellar and pass it there.
Okay. You head down into the cellar. It's dark as fuck down here, but that could prove a benefit. You fumble around a little bit without your dark vision.
Blundering around.
Get yourself into a corner somewhere out the way. You sit down, take a few deep breaths. You look into the ball. You channel your energy. And you cast your scry. You look deep into the ball. As the purple of the ball starts to become more fluid. It starts to move. And the textures wave around. And then the liquid becomes more of a gas. And and it starts to fill up like a cloud, almost until it's full. It becomes completely opaque with a grey, and then the clouds ripple and part in the middle, and opening appears, and you can see through the opening 10 feet away from Jordan, who you can see it's like third person camera. You can see they are stood wearing a black robe with a red trim, surrounded by a number of other people with black robes and red trim, and another figure stood in the centre of the circle, also wearing a black robe, hood down, an orange soft cap on his head, and in quite quick succession, you hear the undeniable voice of Ulysses. Soon, we shall begin the ritual. I shall call upon your strengths to aid me. I cannot promise you will all live through it, but your sacrifice, if needed, will be worthy. And then you hear one of the others on the other side of the circle stop. Say, Ulysses, wait. And then, as his arms raise up, the scry ends.
I assume that was a dispel magic. Okay, well, I'm going to go back up and tell the others what I saw. Ulysses is planning the ritual soon, quotation marks. It looks like he may end up sacrificing his own men to achieve it. So he's not waiting around, he's going for it. He's going to start as soon as possible. I don't think there was any sort of like the environment I saw. It doesn't sort of like scream temple, did it?
So sorry, yeah, to give you a bit more detail from the outside, you saw the figures. The landscape looked foresty. You couldn't really pick up any major defining details, no like ruins or, rock of a volcano. The like, you get the vibe that they were in the forest somewhere, foresty, jungly.
They were just hanging out in the forest. Okay. And that's it. That's all I could get. One of them yelled out, and I assumed they dispelled the scry.
He said he's willing to sacrifice? Or did he say he would have needed to?
He said that he would be relying on their strengths and that not all of them may survive. So I'm assuming
he could be using them as part of the ritual.
Using their life force.
We remove them from the battlefield. That could disrupt the ritual.
How do we do that from here?
We do it there. We have mages. We give them a name. They banish them back.
So we're going to need...
Do any of us know the full extent of the banishment spell?
Give me an Arcana check.
Nope.
I do know how to cast it because I was carrying it for a while in case I came across that frog woman demon thing.
The frog woman.
What?
You know, the slowed girl.
Oh God! What?
I was like,
Slowed.
for a while, I was very convinced she was going to come back as a recurring villain. And I was like, okay, I'm going to keep a hold of this in case we encounter her or one of her kind.
Well, we're not over yet.
Do you want to know how Banish works?
Yeah.
Target must make a charisma saving throw, which for me would be an 18. If the target is native to the plane of existence you're on, you banish it to a harmless demi-plane. While there, the target is incapacitated. The target remains there until the spell ends, at which point the target reappears in the space it had left or the nearest unoccupied space. If it is teleported to a different plane, as in it originates from somewhere else, the target is banished there, returning to its home plane. As long as the spell is not disrupted for 1 minute, it will say that it gets banished back to its native plane. So if you want a group to banish these,
If they can banish them and successfully do it for a minute, they will stay.
they'll stay there.
That could be massive.
But if they're strong enough for Ulysses to use them as part of this reincarnation ritual, what's to say they're not strong enough to come back from their realm?
They're incapacitated for a minute may be all we need.
It doesn't particularly say if they're banned from coming back to a plane, so they could potentially just pop back into existence. But a minute is a long time. It could give us the time to deal with Ulysses. Then them returning wouldn't matter. But whoever casts a banish spell will have to protect them for the minute. If it gets disrupted, they'll just come back and we'll have to try again.
I'm assuming by that it means if their concentration's broken.
Yes.
Right. I mean, a minute doesn't sound like a long time, but it's a long time to
In a fight, it's
hold off someone like him.
About 10 turns in the fight.
Feels like forever in a fight.
Yeah.
Especially when there's.
I mean, I can't remember
5
any
us.
of our fights that have lasted longer than a minute.
It's a tough call.
It's one of the best chances we have, though, to weaken or disrupt this ritual.
How much time do we actually have?
Brant, give me a wisdom save.
Oh, piss. Oh, piss, he knows it's you.
No, it's 21.
21?
Did anything happen?
Nope.
Was I
Fucking
aware
failed
of an attack to...
Say again, mate.
Was I aware that something just tried to have a little poke at my head?
Well, yeah, you probably would have been aware of, you would have felt something and then just brushed it off. Man's hella wise.
Okay.
Let's get the exact for absolute clarity. You can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If a target knows you're casting this spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed. On a successful save, the target isn't affected and you can't use the spell against it again for 24 hours. So it doesn't necessarily say you know it's happened. You just passed the save.
But they didn't get to scry, so... And they can't again for 24 hours.
Yeah.
I can't scribe Brant again for 24 hours.
Well, why would you get the DM ideas?
Because I'm now about to tell you to try and scry one of the other fuckers. So he's going to know anyway.
I can scribe one more time.
Are you likely to need to cast a higher level spell again today?
I've got level 6 and level 7 up that. So
do you want to risk it? I mean,
the thing is, they're now fully aware that I'm doing it.
They know.
Exactly, they know, so they're going to be prepared for it.
Yeah. That's probably a good point. Well, we won't worry about it anymore today then. I think we can probably call that a night.
I'll still send a message.
Okay.
Spoke to Darius. We've done the other thing. We've told everyone we need to tell. I think. I haven't told the guard captain. I haven't heard from the guard captain. Just gonna run upstairs. I'm guessing. Would you have come back up from the basement, Brant?
Mm-hmm.
Talk to us? Yeah. Where's?
Yeah.
Did you? Has anyone from the guards been in today? Has a guard captain been here? Maybe.
No. No one has. No one in guard relation, I don't think.
Not like them to not unless they're busy.
I mean, maybe it's just. Well, what sort of time are we on, Pidge?
Ooh, 6, 7 o'clock.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe I'll just go out to the. Just head down to the guardhouse and go and talk to the captain. Just let her know our plans, at least. I mean, we don't need to talk to her about them.
Okay, keep your weather eye out.
Yeah, I'll be fine. You know me.
So
Dave's gonna walk out
L'Oreal,
the
you,
trust.
yeah, you go up to your room, pull out your stone.
And send to Sinclair. Do you know these names from the Feywild? Possible. May need help, and I will give the names. Faranesh, Klinoy, and Vorthe.
Wait a few seconds. Wait a bit longer. Voice comes through. Well, well, well. Making contact again. Think somebody likes us. We will look into these names and get back to you tomorrow. Hope the moon was nice to you.
I'll reply. Moon was kind. These names are Feywild traitors. Thought you may want to know.
You wait a little bit, you don't get a reply back.
Okay.
They fear. You wander back up through the now closing marketplace. Up to the guardhouse. There's a few guards sitting outside. Evening.
Just nod. Evening. Is the captain in?
Yes, she's not long back from the prison.
Okay, I will proceed through.
Make your way in. Captain sat behind the desk with the fella you saw before, the talking. The guard kind of looks up. Ah, good timing. I shall leave you, Captain. Goes to attention, turns and walks off. Yes, they fear. She kind of undoes the top button and... how can I help?
Have you had a chance to have a look over that letter we left earlier?
Yeah, I was just being told you want a guard posting for the trust. I'm sure,
Yes.
yeah, we can arrange that. That's the least we could do.
Fantastic.
Sort that from tomorrow.
What sort of financial compensation would you need to cover it?
Oh, no, not at all. That's the whole point of the guards. They are
That's fine.
put on duty wherever they are needed. And so a request has been made and a request has been granted.
Fantastic, thank you. Should their situation arise where you do require some financial assistance for it, please don't hesitate to ask and we'll be more than happy to oblige.
Much appreciated. I believe there was reference of refreshment, so I'm sure that would be
Yes,
adequate.
yes, of course. Any guard that will be posted there for any shift, any and all shifts, will be appropriately fed and watered, and anything else they require.
I'd request that, of course, no alcohol is consumed whilst on duty.
Of course, I will pass the message on to our new housekeeper.
But yes, other than that, that's fine.
Fantastic. And I was just wondering whether we might be able to have a chat.
Yes.
Somewhere a little more private, maybe.
Oh, well, she kind of looks around, whistles. One of the guards bobs the head in. He walks up to the desk. Just hold the desk. Yes, ma'am. He goes round the back. She gets up, straightens her shirt a bit. Come on then. Just takes you, opens up a locked door, takes you into an office, just round the back, locks the door behind you. How can I help?
Did a few days ago when I was here and I overheard you and one of yours talking about the extra 3.
Mm.
You mentioned the Justice, I think was the name.
Yes.
Have you seen anyone from the Justice? Like, have they came to collect?
As she looks around. What makes you ask this, Dave?
We had a gentleman visit the trust this morning by the name of Oberon.
See, she slowly nods at recognition at that point. Yes.
The only reason I made a connection, I saw an insignia on his chest that had a set of scales on it, and you know, just common sense, I guess.
The scales of justice. Well, yes, of course, for a group that keep themselves well off the radar, they don't half brandish their insignia well. I suppose for those who don't know what it is, it won't make a difference. But yes, Oberon is in the city. He came to visit me late last night to tell me he was auditing the guilds. It's not my place to inquire exactly what he's up to. But yes, Oberon Sinclair Coleraine is the chief inspector of the justice. The head
At that point,
honcho.
Dave's jaw's going to drop. You're telling me we had the big guy in the trust this morning? And
he came into the trust.
Wes nearly wiped him out with some years-old alcohol. Oh, goodness.
Well, that would have gone
like
down
visible
swimmingly.
distress on Dave's face now. Like, oh shit, we nearly killed him, and it's all fucking Wes's fault.
He's a tough old boot. You don't become the chief inspector of the biggest secret organisation in in the world for not being able to handle your drink.
I mean, he stomached it a lot better. It was breakfast. It was breakfast, and he had the strongest alcohol we have in the trust, and he just shrugged it off.
Well, yes, he's in the city. No doubt a number of his agents are as well. Who and where they are, we'll probably never know unless they make themselves known. That's the nature of their justice. They're everywhere and they're nowhere. You never know. There's very little that gets past them.
Did you make him aware of our quest, shall we say?
I'd like to suggest he already knows. But upon telling him about the 3 that you rescued, I did mention your name to him.
Okay.
So I don't know. Any further information, I suppose, if he needs you for anything, he'll come to you. Or
Okay.
if you can find him, then you need to ask him anything, then by all means. But, of course, discretion is key with all of these things. I know that they have powerful magic. So you're aware of memory modification?
I'm sure I've heard of it. I've not any personal experience of it.
I know it's a technique that they... yeah, ba bam ba ba. There's it's a powerful technique that they employ quite often. Generally, if information gets into the wrong hands, or the wrong people find out the wrong things, they soon no longer know them. So, if there's any issues, then I'm sure it will be dealt with one way or another, whether we know about it or not.
In which case, I hope we stay on his good side.
Of course.
Hey, Vol, you say you're not familiar with memory modification. We're
Listen,
very
Dave's-
familiar with memory modification.
Dave's not familiar with it. I mean, well,
You are.
are.
It's not.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
really. It's not really memory modify memory, though, is it? It's not like the spell
That's-
modify memory.
that's a-
It's
yeah, that's a
magical
different
effect.
thing,
It's
yeah.
a different kind of
Yeah.
thing. It's like, yeah. I understand. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Another day. But yeah. Another reason I came. Have you had a chance to speak to any of your men about accompanying us?
Yes, I spoke to Leonard. He is going to lead a group. In all honesty, not that many wanted to. But there are. Leonard will be leading a contingent.
I totally understand that. It's not a small ask I came with, and any and all
course.
help is appreciated equally. If you wouldn't mind asking Leonard to meet with us the day after tomorrow at the Corner Trust, around midday, maybe earlier if he can. If he's due to be on duty at this hour,
It's
I
fine.
will gladly compensate.
I'll make sure that he's present.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I did also go down and talk to Warden Michelson as well. Just wonder
Been
whether
there all
you...
day. The slimy bastard. But
Did he say anything to you about...
he mentioned that an old friend had come by with a sly grin on his face.
Old friend.
He is, I believe he's putting together a small group of undesirables, I suppose.
Did he say anything about Oscar?
Her head turns a little bit. He didn't mention any names.
Okay. Maybe I should go down there again, just to make sure.
I mean, I don't think you're going to secure a member for your meeting. even if there is a prison lot coming. I think you'll have to just give them the plan on the fly.
Just give the warden a time and a place, and he'll have them all escorted to us, I assume. Okay. Well, it's probably getting a bit late now, so I might just run down there in the morning and talk to him. Unless do you have a sending connection?
No,
do you have a stone?
That's why I've been there all day.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather not have him have an open line to me, to be honest.
Well, no, I understand that. I understand. Maybe we could have a word with T. Allen and see if he can make a one-way so that you can talk to him and give him information.
That's not a terrible idea. Yes.
Yeah, but aside from that, I'll journey down there in the morning. I may even send Wes down there, give him something to do. I know he's been moping all day because he's not had anything to do, so maybe I'll just send him down there.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes. So next time you see Mr. Oberon, do remind him he knows where to find me. I don't want miracle. Just an acknowledgement would be nice, you know.
Yeah,
I don't do this for any kind of monetary gain, you know. What I did was not something that happens every day, but a little recognition would go a long way.
Of course, and I'm sure he's aware of the situation, and yeah, just bide your time. And if I do see him again, I shall let him know.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, of course. Anything else?
I don't think so.
She stands up and unlocks the door. Okay. This way.
Indeed.
Leads you back through. Locks the doors as you go through each one.
Thanks again.
Of course. Good luck. And no doubt I'll speak to you about something soon. Again, you know where we are.
Likewise.
Indeed.
Do pop in. Have a trust.
Yeah, maybe I will later. Yes. It's been a long day.
Oh, just quickly before I go, I assume all the guys are doing better now.
Yeah. We've had a few that have decided that they want to leave. Go on a more permanent leave thing. I've told them all they're all welcome to come back, but I'm not going to hold anyone back for their wishes given what happened. But most of them have come back on duty, which is fantastic.
Good. I can imagine it's been quite an ordeal for everyone.
Yeah, it's taken
those.
It's taken the time. It's only been a couple of days, but yeah, they're all tough fellas, so no doubt they'll have some traumas in the back of their minds, but they'll get through it.
Well, again, thank you for your time, and a good evening to you.
She goes to tip a hat and then realises it's not on and just nods a bow.
Nod back and Yep.
Back to the trust. Howdy, Wadey. Does anyone else need anything doing tonight?
No, I think so.
Righto. So you all head to bed.
Well, I would have headed back down and told.
Oh, yeah.
And that.
Yeah.
Said.
She'll hopefully get a reply tomorrow. But yeah, with nothing else pressing, you all head to bed. All mark off your long rest. Brank can get you your one spell slot back. Yeah, but it's an important one nonetheless. Yeah, that's it. Chilling in the city, there's not a great deal of need for it. But yeah, the following morning greets you well. It's a cold morning this morning. Any open windows promptly shut. There's a bit of a chill in the air, but the sky's clear mostly. Again, you head downstairs. Kitty's made breakfast for everyone, and she's opened up the trust. Mirabelle's made her way in. She's come for an early start.
Good morning, Mirabelle.
Oh, hi. Good morning. I wasn't sure whether you needed me here early every day or whether you needed me all day every day. I was wondering, are you still looking for additional staff? Is that something that we need to work on, or it was all a bit?
Yeah.
It was a bit up in the air. I mean, I'm more than happy to work every day if you need. It's not a stressful job. It's one I enjoy greatly, but I just wanted to make sure, of course,
If you feel that you want to come into work, please come in whenever you are available. If you want to be here, there's always space behind the bar for you.
Wonderful. Okay, that's all. And she puts on her apron and gets out a cloth and starts cleaning the bar and stuff.
Here's the deal. In about 2 days, we're going to head out. We are going to leave Calvados for a while. Probably a lot longer than we think it's going to be. The trust can be open or closed however you wish. We would prefer it to be open more than it is closed, obviously.
Of course, yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Perhaps if Mirabelle would like to live in at that time?
I was going to move on to that, but it's something that we probably need to run through Kitty as well.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want her sleeping in one of our beds upstairs. She'd have to have the real room. And I'm sure her husband would...
can change the linen and the like. And, that would be absolutely fine. Yeah, Kitty did mention the need for temporary / permanent cover,
And to be honest, I mean, you could probably, I wouldn't say rent out the rooms, but I mean, if you needed extra funds, of course.
Well, yes. This is the thing. We're not going to leave you with nothing and let you fend for yourself. We'll leave a sum.
Substantial.
Yeah. A lump sum.
After the successful day yesterday, my husband was also interested if there was any other roles that perhaps he could fill. He'd be more than happy to come in as well. And
well, if it does get busy and you need someone to help, I mean, you serving at the bar, your husband may be in the kitchen if he's a good cook, or
yes, well, I mean, we could make it work between us. Yes, if that would be agreeable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, any help that you need, don't hesitate. We're happy to pay for other people to be working here as well. If you need extra assistance, then don't hesitate. Yeah.
Go and pay the town crier to get the message out. And
I'll whiz down there a bit later on.
Yeah,
but yeah, if your husband wants to work as well, more than welcome. If you've got any other friends as well that want to chip in and give you a hand, that's totally fine. We can't give you a definite return date, but the thing we can tell you is that once we leave, there will be probably a very slim chance that you can get hold of us again until we return.
Okay.
So we're going to leave you a sizable chunk of gold so that you can, restock the place, pay yourself, pay anybody else, whatever needs doing. But I'll talk to the guys at the market and I'll pay forward there so that they'll come and bring you the fresh stuff, the fruit, the vegetables and the like. The only thing that you will need to do yourself is get the fresh meat. Don't know whether your husband's useful as a huntsman.
I'm sure we can figure something out. I may inquire in the guild, see if there's any
I was going to
Anyone that
say
could go
maybe
hunting.
go to the well, yeah, someone at the guilds would be a hunter that would be able to.
Yes, I'm sure we'll get by, no problem.
Or I'm sure we could even, you could probably even find someone at the market to provide you with meat on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, however you need.
Yeah.
But yeah, so all that stuff we can deal with probably during today. We'll get the stuff done to make sure everything is in order, ready for when we leave. One very important thing, though, if you could be here at dawn tomorrow, the trust will be closed to the general public, but we will have some very important guests arriving, and we would very much like for those guests to be treated like royalty, so that we're all on the same page. We've got
Technically, one of them is, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we've got the governor of Want coming. We've got
Oh,
all of the
my.
guild leaders. We've got some very close friends of ours. There'll be a contingent of guards. Some people from the fighting pits. There's going to be a lot of people coming, and we need to make sure they're all very well cared for. So if your husband, if he'd like to come today, he's more than welcome to come today and have a chat with us. If he wants to come tomorrow with everyone else, then that's totally fine. But maybe it would be better if he did come today, so we can just give him a quick rundown.
Okay. I may take an hour or something over lunch if that's fine, and I'll head back.
Yeah, of course. We'll be here.
Go and get him.
We will be here.
Okay, sounds good. It's exciting. She has a big smile on her face, and okay, she heads into the kitchen, helping Kitty whip breakfast.
Wonderful.
Wes, good one, though.
Mm-hmm.
Wes, come with me.
Okay.
We're gonna leave.
Well, before you do go, though, because you weren't there at the time, I will relay the message I got that I sent and the replies. They are going to look into it and get back information they can.
Good. The more information we've got, the better. If they can tell us something, cool. If they can't, totally fine. I think we've figured out what those names are anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Wesley, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going, Wesley?
I don't know. Where are we going?
Wesley, I do wish you'd pay attention, darling. We're going to... Where are we going? No, you've confused me. Oh, just thinking about something or someone I saw yesterday. Wes, let's go, darling. We have to go to the prison.
Okay.
Yeah, easy enough. Again, it's cold. You feel yourself kind of bundling up your clothing a bit and head out towards the prison.
Yep.
As you're making your way down the road towards the prison, you see a horse-drawn cart being led away from the prison.
Does it look like a prisoner carriage?
Yes. Heading away. If you were to stop and watch for a bit, you'd see that they
Have a look.
They turn down the thoroughfare and they head south.
Is there any chance we could have looked and seen what/who was inside?
No, there's no windows. It's just a couple of bars at the back and it's dark inside. It's just a big box, mostly wood with metal reinforcements. But yeah, it's some kind of transport.
Okay.
You carry on down the path, met by the guards who come out to the middle, spears crossed. Hail! What is your business?
See the warden, please.
Okay, head down. And they spread and watch you head down across the bridge. As you get to the other end, more spears cross. State your business.
Like to see the warden, please.
Right. One of them opens the gate. Says something to another guard round the back, who makes his way towards the prison. A few minutes later, the guard comes back. What is the nature of the appointment?
I spoke to the warden a few days ago about an excursion. We'd just like to confirm and check final numbers with him. We're planning on leaving in 2 days.
The warden's a little bit busy this morning. We had a small incident last night at the prison. Details withheld, unfortunately. But I can get a message passed along unless it's urgent.
I just wanted to know whether he had a head count for the amount of prisoners that he's going to send to us for our excursion. We are in the trust. If either he could pay a visit, or he could send someone to pay a visit, or just give us a final number of who we can expect. Preferably names as well, so that we can keep a track of who we've got and who we haven't got anymore.
Yes, I will pass the message on, and no doubt the warden will get a message to you at the earliest convenience.
Fantastic, thank you. We are also meeting tomorrow in the morning. If he would like to send an envoy or someone to get the plans, just so he's aware of what's going on as well, would be grateful. If not, whenever he sends the message this evening, if he could just tell us, or just let us know what he wants to do, how he wants us to give him the information. And we can go from there.
Okay. Yes, I shall pass on the message.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, we couldn't have been more help. But,
no, I understand. I appreciate the warden's busy, but this is obviously with us leaving town in a couple of days and having the meeting tomorrow, it is of utmost importance that the warden would deal with this sooner rather than later.
Yes, I'm sure he will get a missive released at some point today. He kind of looks and he leans forward. We had multiple breakout attempts, so the warden's busy, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Are there any names?
Not that I have. Dave's
gonna jiggle his coin purse. Are you sure there's no names?
We've only come on duty this morning.
Right. Okay.
Perhaps the warden can tell you more if you get to speak to him. But
okay. Well, I greatly appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. And please, pass the message on. Thank you.
The gate shuts, and you see him walk back towards the prison again. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Come along, Wesley. You're going for a bath.
Am I?
Yes.
What are your passive perceptions?
19.
Mine
I knew that without looking at my sheet.
16.
16. Okay. What's your marching order?
I'll let you go in front.
Yeah, Wes is going to let Dave go in front, but Dave's going to push Wes in front and make sure he follows Dave. And Dave is going to watch him as they walk across the bridge and force him into the bathhouse.
Well, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah, that's how we're going.
No.
So are you going to try and avoid going to the bathhouse, Wes?
Mhm.
Okay, how are you going to avoid it?
As he's walking behind me, I'm gonna start running away. And then, if I'm a stealthy boy, I'm gonna try and hide in a bush without him noticing me.
Okay, so you sprint along the bridge. The guards like shout out, "Oh, take your time," and you just keep on running. Give me a stealth check to try and hide.
No.
Fucking Wes. Just go down a bath.
25.
25.
How many? 25.
That's the lowest I rolled.
The lowest you could have rolled.
Yeah. If I roll for a dex roll, then if it's anything under 10, then it gets rounded up to 10. Plus 15, that's 25. Lowest.
Nice, bloody rogues. Yeah, Dave Wes starts running on the bridge and then hides.
As he's running, can I throw a spell at him?
You're joking.
You can throw a spell at him.
Go to a bathhouse, for God's sake.
Can I cast Hold Person?
Yeah, you can cast Hold Person.
Touching it.
Can you do a Wisdom save, please, Junior?
Sure. I thought that was a touch spell.
No,
No,
it's
Hold
not.
Person. That is a 21. Nat 20.
Nice.
Okay.
You reach out to try and hold him in place, and Wes, you feel your muscles just ever so slightly start to tense, and you're like, "Oh no, you've been here before. Nah, fuck that." Shrug it off and keep running. Man's gone. Whoop, into a bush. He's gone.
Okay.
Okay. Dave's just stood on the bridge. Wes has just bolted from him. Like, what the fuck? Man doesn't want to go for a bath.
Typical Saturday morning. Can I instead then just walk
Oh, if I don't
into
get naked in front of Dave.
just walk into the bathhouse myself then?
Yeah, you can go for a bath yourself.
One has to look perfect.
Yeah, you head into Lost Bathhouse Os, and on the counter, familiar red-skinned tiefling lady sat there. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like the full works this morning.
Lovely. Okay. So a full bath, private bath and massage.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I can't remember how much I charged last time, honestly.
Throw a gold piece up on the bar and call it quits. Or is it likely to be more than that?
More than that, but
I think it was more, but fuck it.
Fuck
Call
it,
it
fiver
5
then.
gold. Fuck it. Fiver. 5 bones. Yes, if you could, she leads you into one of the changing booths. Just leave your garments there, sir, and one of our maidens will be out to clean it up for you. Once you finish your bath, head through the steam room into the massage parlour and enjoy your time.
Thank you very much.
Just goes back behind the counter. In you go into the changing booth.
Yep.
Whip off the gams.
You take off the fucking huge set of plate armor I've got.
You've just been wearing your plate armor the whole time.
All right, no, I'll tell you what,
Jesus
we'll fucking
Christ.
took it off. I'm walking around in my robes.
Man's just walking around in full plate every day. I'm always ready. Yes, you take your vestments off and your undercrackers, put them in the basket, head through into the bathroom. There's no one else in there. Generally, not many people come for a relatively early morning bath, so you've got the place to yourself. You can sit in one of the private baths, which you paid for, or you can go into the bigger communal bath.
I'm taking one by myself. I ain't washing in no dirty bath water.
I mean, the water's always clean. It's a nice establishment. You get into one of the baths. A human male fellow walks in, white, clean overalls. Hot water, sir.
Please.
Just pours a jug of hot water in. Takes out a bar of soap. Unwraps it from this linen. And puts his hands into the water and starts rubbing his hands together to froth up the soap a bit, and then puts it on the side of the bath. Your soap, sir.
Could you keep your hands on camera, please, mate? You're talking about put your hands in the bath water.
So he puts the frothed up soap on the side. Do call if you need more water, sir. And
thank you.
Heads off. She's got a nice, fresh, frothy bit of soap in the water and on the side.
Not going to wash, just going to lay there and
just going to chill in the water. Yeah, fair enough. You lie there for a bit until you start pruning. Hop out. And there's a towel on the side. Pick the towel up, dry off a bit. Head through the steam room. It's like a kind of in-out walk-in sauna. You can stay in there for as long as you want if you want to get sweaty. Or you can head back through the other end into the massage parlour.
Yeah, walk straight through.
There's 3 tables. There's a tiefling lady, the same human male, and there's a half-orc lady.
Which will you choose?
Right, I'm gonna go and lay on the middle table.
With the fella?
Either end.
We all know you're going for the orc lady.
No, we're going tiefling. I rolled. We're going tiefling.
Tiefling lady. Okay, yeah. You walk in, lie down on the table. She just takes the towel off you and folds it in half, places it over. Are you back or front?
I'll lay on my front.
Yeah.
Don't want to embarrass myself anymore.
Places it over your cheeks, gets the oils going and gives you a nice full body.
Happy days.
I'm not going into firm detail, mate. Firm detail.
I want every inch of it described to me.
But she gives you a nice full body massage, and then after the massage, she's like, "Would you like the oils cleansed, sir, or are you?"
Dave fell asleep.
Yeah. Dave's zed in. She finishes the massage and then goes out. Well, you don't know what she does because you're asleep. Dave falls asleep in the parlour. Bosh. What's everyone else doing? Where's you in a bush? You watch Dave go into the bathhouse.
Yeah. I'm just going to sit in the bush thinking about life for a bit.
So he man-moped around the trust all day, and the next day he's just going to sit in the bush.
Gets a chance to go out, and he's just going to sit in a bush.
Oh, dear.
I think we need some specialists.
You don't know what he does.
It's true.
Sulk.
Wes is a man of his own choices.
What choices?
Yeah, so Wes is in a bush. Dave's asleep in the bathhouse. Brandt and Chloriel.
I'm thinking of going to the library and having a look at shapeshifters and changelings and find out if there's anything interesting about them.
Before we do that, Bran, because I would like to come with you, I might need your help with something. Are you able to come to the apothecary with me? I've got a collection of quite a substantial amount of potions.
Oh, the mob pie. Is that ready?
Yeah. It should be ready by now. I'm sure he said. I think it was a couple of days. I think.
That's also reminded me about the grenade things we bought. I need a couple of those empty ones.
Okay, maybe you got some more there.
Yep, I'll go
Yeah.
with you to the apothecary. We'll pick that up first.
Is there in the equipment that the pub has maybe a trolley or something which we can? Because 1,000 potions is going to be fucking.
Kitty leans forward and says, "What about the bag?"
I mean, yeah, I suppose that would work. Take a while to get them all in there, but it's probably the best place to keep them.
Take them a while to get in a cart. Put them in the bag.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the bag if that's okay, Kitty.
Actually,
Are you staying here?
Yes, I stay with Mirabelle.
Okay. Okay, Brand.
yeah, I'm just wondering how much can an unseen servant carry? Would it be able to carry the
I don't think it's carrying 100 health pots.
1,000.
Is it 1,000 health pots?
120?
No, it was 100. It was
No,
100.
it's 100 plus
20 with
Plus 20, yeah.
plus 20. So yeah, 120. Yeah.
1,000 potions.
Damn!
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you bought enough so everyone would have at least one each, didn't you? So, in theory.
Yeah,
I mean, all considered, there's 75 of Darius's boys.
but they're getting their own supplies, aren't they?
Is anyone keeping track of who you've got? Or you've got to do that in the meeting?
Yeah.
I think doing it in the meeting is probably the best bet. Yeah. I mean, for the sake of time, easy enough. You can head to the apothecary, pick up all your potions, get them all in the bag I hold in.
Mm-hmm.
Take a while to disseminate, but I mean, they're all in there and it's easy to carry. Health potion. Health potion. Health potion. Health potion. That's a lot of health pots. Yeah, because you paid for 100, didn't you? 100 times 25. And then you got 23.
Can I not find a basic potion of healing?
On D&D Beyond? I don't know.
I think it's called standard. Yeah, potion of healing.
Yeah. I tried to search that.
Just potion of healing.
Just potion of healing, that's what it's listed as.
Fuck knows. But yeah, easy enough. You go claim your pots.
Yeah, it's potion of climbing, potion of healing. Top two white one, two whites.
When I put potion of healing in, all I get is greater, superior, or supreme.
I just put potion in this first couple on. It is a capital H, I don't know if it's going to be that petty about.
Nope, I can't find any common potions.
Don't worry about it. I mean, you just make a note, just make a custom entry that you've got 100 health pots. or 120.
I've got a custom entry with 9 revivifies.
Yeah. Yeah, where to next? Brant,
I'm
L'Oreal?
going to the library then.
Right.
If there's nothing else you want me for, I'm going to go to the library and have a little look, see what I can find out.
Righto. While Biggie's doing his, his sheet. Yeah, you head.
Wow, you can't add more than 10 to one stack.
Rip.
Fine.
There we go.
12 stacks there.
Right, yeah, I've done that now. Yeah.
Yeah, so where to next? Brant needs to go to the library. Is there anywhere else
Yeah,
you need to go?
I will go with you to the library.
Cool. You make your way back up through town. I think by the time you've gone down to the apothecary and then all the way back up to the library, Dave probably would have woken up.
Yeah.
Catch you on
Yeah.
the way.
The lady's there with a basket full of your freshly washed gams. Yeah, get dressed.
Rock and roll.
Rock and or roll.
Yeah. Thanks for
Um,
that. Sorry, I must have just dozed off a little.
Oh, no problem, sir. It happens quite often. Gives us more
Yes.
time to make sure all the clothing's washed and dried, so it's no issue at all.
It's very relaxing. It's quite a fantastic service you guys offer.
Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciated it. Of course, you're welcome anytime.
Thank you. Gonna chuck me kegs on and my
Kegs on.
gab
Put your vestments on.
and yeet myself out the door and
Wes still in the bush.
Mhm.
He's just been sat in the bush for a couple of hours.
did I see him go into the bush?
No. I
No.
was
Right.
I was gonna give you some kind of attempt to watch him hide. I mean, as stealthy as you might be once hidden, if someone sees you hide, you just jumped in the bush. You're invisible in the bush, but you tried to hold person and fucked it, so he ran off.
Okay. Walk out front of the bathhouse. I'm going to shout at the top of my voice, Wes, I'm going to the church. And then dip.
I'm gonna get out of the bush and start following him. After hearing him, if I can hear him.
Stealthily, or you just gotta walk up to him? Stealthily, okay. Give me a stealth check to follow him unseen.
Can I perception to see if I clock him?
27.
It'd be off your passive because you're not actively. I mean, if you
Okay.
want to actively be on the lookout to see if he comes, or give me
that's
perception.
right. We'll let him have his fun. Why does
Yeah.
it say you're not subbed? Oh, so.
L'Oreal and Brant get to the library. The big double doors are open.
Do these doors squeak?
No, sound like a choir when you go in.
Different kind of squeak.
different pitch, slightly tuned squeak. Yep, you head in. Floor to ceiling books all over the gaff.
Right. We should probably be looking to the Feywild chambers and get an exact location for desk front, or we guess it.
I think we've been here long enough to know how it works. So, yeah, if you go to, say, the Feywild, I'll go to see if there's an entry for changelings.
Yeah.
We'll just see where it leads us.
Make your way around the library. L'Oreal, you head to F for Fae. Start scanning through. Brant, you go to C, looking for changelings. Give me investigation checks.
Finally, I can roll.
13.
Okay.
24.
24. L'Oreal, you find yours quicker. 24 looking for the Fey realm. There's a bit more information on the Fey realm as a whole comparative to Brant looking just specifically for information on changelings. You find you do find one big tome in particular. There's not a huge amount of information, but this tome kind of lists the kinds of creatures you tend to find in the Feywild. It's mostly Fey touched creatures are listed, so most of them are like animal names and the like, but Fey touched versions all seem to be bigger, stronger, sharper tusks, bigger teeth, and all that kind of stuff. Then there's like a few listings about other creatures, like some races, like satyrs and the fauns. Changelings are mentioned, but you know, it's just more lists of things that you're going to find in the Fey realm. There's a couple of notices about a couple of major cities that have been noted from the Fey realm. But other than that, that's the main vibe.
Okay. What I was going to look for is... Go on.
Yeah, no, go on.
If there's a mention of where, if any of these cities would have more chance of having changeling society,
Yeah, so...
and if there's any names of family names or clans, not actual names.
Yeah, so you look through, you're looking, as you say, particularly for societies. One of the cities comes up in particular that has a society of shapeshifters and changelings, and how their kind of general like population and the like. There's no... because it mentions, you see like mentions all throughout this Fey book about like names and true names, disguises, and how the importance of these things are to the Fey, and so how in research that has been done and brought back to Terrafae that like names aren't really a thing you come across in this book. It's more mentions of things rather than specific names and people. Like the cities are mentioned being in the northeast and the southwest, like of this continent that was there. Whether that's the only continent, who knows? You know, it's just research that has been done. As you know, like the lady told you before, the majority of the library information is based off things that people bring in, as opposed to just encyclopedic knowledge of everything. You know. So there's no specific names, but there is reference to one of the main cities in the southwest has a society of changelings. They are very, whilst not specifically royal, they have very regal practices and traditions. Loyalty is like a big part of, like, loyalty and honesty is a big part of their beliefs. Which then, of course, alludes to the whole traitorous thing from the letter, and that's probably why they've reached out.
What's the name of the city? Is that in the...
Merenouche. Merenouush. The other city isn't named, just the location of. But you get that one at least.
I'll make some notes of this on, take some parchment and pen, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Brant, you start looking through. You find references to changelings, but it's more like the more you read, it's kind of stuff you already know. Like changelings have shape-shifting abilities, are very good at disguising themselves, can often cast these magics at will and have an innate ability to do it, as opposed to it being taught. It's mentioned that a lot of the more powerful arcane wielders from a young age are taught to focus their practice on a very specific type of magic, similar to how, as a wizard, you focus on a type of magic. It's more kind of drilled into them and pressed into them, so where they almost very rarely cast any other spells other than the cast that they are, the circle that they like progress into. Other than that, yeah, there's anything specifically you're looking for?
Thinking if they were to start using disguise self and start disguising themselves as us or members of the party that we know, is there any way to sort of discern who they are? Like, obviously, there's going to be like a passcode.
Yeah, so ultimately, disguising themselves as a specific person, you can copy someone's voice, maybe their mannerisms and their appearance, but ultimately you are still not them. No matter how good you are at impressioning someone, you are still not them. So a good enough, like if you were to investigate somebody and got a good enough look at them, you'd be able to tell. But other than that, similar to the nature of like disguise self as a spell, like it will uphold if people don't pay close enough attention or are shit at investigating, you won't really be able to tell.
And then not like vampires don't have like some sort of like, oh, they just happen to be weak against this or any known weaknesses.
So all Fey beings are weak against cold iron. It's a reference. So like cold iron, like weapons, will have, like they're weak against those. I was going to say you'd know from thing, but you weren't there. If you were to note that down and obviously converge with L'Oreal, you'd remember that Sinclair had a very fruity cold iron sword called Fabane. But yeah, other than weaknesses and stuff, they don't necessarily have any additional weaknesses and the like specifically. It's mostly just the cold iron and true names. Can obviously.
Okay. Got ideas forming.
Yeah, so to recap, cold iron, true names, and when it comes to they're good at disguise, but can be investigated to determine if needs be. And any arcane practitioners generally have a specific type of magic that they practice.
And is cold iron like a rare type of iron, or and can it be turned into filaments? Can it be grated down into a fine dust, or
that's a question you'd have to take somewhere else. Cold iron isn't necessarily a rare material. It's more just like tempered, like proper, like just iron. Like a Fae could pick up a piece of iron, but if they were struck with a crafted sharpened cold, it's called cold iron, but it's like an iron, like a well-made iron weapon.
I'm thinking fill one of those bombs with like cold iron fragments.
Like tempered iron fragments, put it in a bomb. Jesus. Savage.
Fucking nail bomb.
Yeah. Or a dust that they breathe in.
Oof.
Oh, fuck him from the inside out. Jesus Christ, you are brutal, mate. You know.
They're going to wish they got banished now.
Yeah, banishment is the easy option. You can go quietly or you can go the hard way. I don't care which.
Yeah, so while you guys are doing your investigations in Los Libros, Dave, you make your way towards the churches. The stealthy Wes following along.
Apparently so. I will approach the church and walk inside.
Yep, you head up to the Church of Avia. Head inside. Wes, you see Dave going in.
Yeah, at that point, I will sprint over to him and hopefully get there by the time he walks in the door.
Yeah, I mean, easy enough. As you're watching him go up the stairs, you can run up to catch up to him before he goes in.
Nice of you to join me.
He smells really nice, to be fair, Wes. Looks clean. Dave smells nice. Fresh.
You want to go
clothes
to the
have got a
when
nice lavender fragrance to them.
I can't remember the last time you had a wash, Wes.
It was actually when, the day before I joined the party, actually.
Well, I'd hate to inform you this, young man, but that was well over a week ago. So I think it's probably about time you cleaned
When was
yourself
the
up
last time anyone else in the party had a bath?
I mean, it's irrelevant. We
Exactly.
were walking past and I told you that I was going in and you could have come in as well.
Okay, I didn't want to.
Okay. Do as you please.
I'm just going to be hiding in bushes the whole time. What's the point of getting clean if I'm just going to get dirty again, you know?
Because we've got a good impression to make of all of the people that are going to turn up tomorrow.
Okay, I've already met them before. Or most of them before.
I'm tired of your sass, boy.
Okay.
Dave's just going to turn his back on him and walk into the church.
Yeah, head inside.
And sit outside. I'm not dealing with Dave anymore.
Wes sits on the steps. There is a sermon going on, an avian sermon going on as you go in, Dave. There's quite a few people sitting in the pews, and you could just hear mumbling from the back of the church as the old fella's just giving a bit of a sermon.
I will proceed into the corner to my Orphean brothers.
Homies.
Yes.
Yep, as you walk in, especially they recognise the vestments, and straight away they all cover their eyes. Good morning.
I will. Good morning, brothers. I hope this day finds you well.
Indeed. Not as much as yourself, it seems, Dave here. He grabs the arm of your sleeve and lifts it up a bit. Fresh and clean. You're going somewhere nice?
No, we're just entertaining some guests in the morrow, so I figured I might as well spruce myself up a little.
Why not? Good effort. How can we help?
Just coming to pray.
Okay, by all means. Would you like company, or is it a private prayer?
You're more than welcome to join me should you wish, brother.
Very well. Goes over to the shelves and takes up a couple of knee pillows, puts them down, kneels down. Lead on. And he just sits with covering his eyes, listening along.
Dave will drop to his knees onto the pillow and proceed with his hands over his face as is customary. Father, we leave very soon. I pray you will steady my hand and assist me when I need it, and assist all of my brothers and sisters when we need it.
Amen.
Don't say amen to authors.
Yeah, sit and chill for a bit. You hear the other guy like continues as well and just kind of reiterates the point. Keep watch over those that risk themselves for others. And goes on and listens quietly. Wesley, give me a perception check.
Okay. That is a nat 147.
Doesn't matter with a 7. It's a nat 1.
Yeah.
That
Nat 1's a nat 1, mate.
1 is a critical fail.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, the weather seems to be turning a bit. It's getting cooler as the day progresses. Can't help but have a little bit of a when you're sitting on the stairs outside the church. But it's still calm, cool, quiet. There's less people bobbing about the church area, and any that are kind of just slowly ambling around the gardens outside. You see a few people going into the Church of Kerachek, a few people going into the Church of Wunt. You can't help but overhear that there's speaking going on the inside. I guess there's a sermon going on. It's probably time for morning sermons across the churches. But you're chilling outside. Chilling like a villain. What's next then, everybody? Finish up in the library.
Any kind of response from the big guy, or?
No.
I'll go to
The apothecary.
Yeah.
I know we've already been, haven't we?
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
done
right.
the apothecary, yeah.
Head slowly back. The pub.
There's one important place you've not been.
Well, I want to go to the smithy.
Yeah.
And I think I've forgotten that. Is some magic shop stuff ready by now? Or is that tomorrow?
It's today's. Yeah.
Yurt today.
Well, probably. Actually, because I'm going to head to the armorer as well, see if he's finished up with the manacles as well.
Yeah, so you make your way from the library down towards the Macorans, the double building. Head inside. Brant heading to the weaponsmith. L'Oreal heading to the armourer. Morning! From both sides.
Morning.
L'Oreal, you see straight away when he recognises you walking in, he brings up the chains and puts them on the top. They look a little bit shinier than when you dropped them off. Says, I've worked on them and retempered a couple of the joints and stuff, so they should withhold the test of time. Take a damn strong horse to break its way from them.
I would say you not even a dragon would get.
Well, I wouldn't want to put that on just in case, but I would be surprised.
Wow. Truly are a master of your work.
Well, I do try. Got to put these hands to work these days.
Everything that you've done is truly a work of art.
Oh, it's kind of you to say. We've got to keep ourselves in business and keep people defending, well, the city and everywhere else, and it's important.
That's what we have to do.
It's the life we chose.
It is. And these next few days are going to be a test of that.
Indeed. Well, if there's nothing else, I've got a few bits in the forge at the minute I need to crack on with.
Oh, anything particular, or just some custom orders?
Just making a few additional bits of stock, you know. Now the adventuring trade's picking up, I just want to make sure people have got simple weaponry and armour and the like. And...
Makes sense. Well, as I say, if you ever need a drink, we're only next door.
No, I've been meaning to come in. We will do soon, no doubt.
We won't be open tomorrow. We're having a private function.
Right, okay.
Just so I'd let you know.
I'll keep my head out just in case you open later on or whatever. We're only nearby.
So, okay, if I head through that way, just your Brant's gone to see you.
Yeah, no problem. You make your way through. Brant, as L'Oreal dips inside the armourers, you continue round into the weaponsmith. Morning.
Good morning. Cold's Iron, are you familiar with it?
It's been a while since anyone's mentioned it, but I think you get cold iron, as it's known, from reheating and cooling iron weaponry over and over, you know, giving it a fine working over. But it's doable. Iron weaponry isn't as popular as some, but can be done. Are you in the market?
Yeah, I'm looking. Well, I was thinking of the price of a mace of cold iron. Also, is it possible to make shards out of it, small shards?
I am sure it could be doable. They're not the cheapest of things because of the extra work that goes into them, of course, but it's a simple enough process. It just takes the effort, you know. I could get you a decent mace made up out of cold iron. Call it, for a decent one, call it 500 gold. And what I'll do is I'll throw in any offcuts, filaments, pieces. I can collect everything together and give you those as well.
Right. Just trying to think, would anyone else benefit from a cold iron weapon? Maybe a quiver for L'Oreal.
When you think about it, L'Oreal doesn't use actual arrows, so
Yeah,
probably not.
So, how much would a dagger cost?
Again, similar. Probably a little bit less because they're a smaller weapon, but probably 400.
Okay. I think Wes might be. That could be a good weapon for Wes if he gets behind the changelings. If we do get into a fight with them, cold iron plus his sneak attacks and all that could be quite useful. Do
Yeah.
you use double? Are you dual wielding daggers or?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm using a rapier.
I use
One-handed
rapier.
Yeah. I'm not using
You got a
daggers.
rapier and a wrist bow, ain't
Yeah, rapier.
But if you can use a bonus action as a second attack with a dagger, I'm sure rogues can do that because my
Bonus action 2-weapon fighting, yeah.
yeah. So you could use the
Give
cold
the dagger and give them.
Use the dagger as your action, so you get your sneak attack bonus from it, and then just use your rapier because that's got some extra damage on now anyway.
That'll be worth doing. Yeah, I'll take the cold iron dagger and a few filaments to put into that bomb. So if it does get desperate, we could just throw that into the area. And
So, did you want both or just the dagger?
Just the dagger, please.
No problem. So, I'll throw the filaments in. So, 400 gold.
How long would it take?
I mean, it's as I say, it's a little bit more pricey than standard weaponry because they take extra tempering, but it's relatively quick. I could have it done by tomorrow.
Okay, that'd be fine. Yep, I'll take that then.
Righto. Do you want to pay now or on collection or?
Yeah, pay now. Pay up front.
Just holds out a sack. Chuck the pennies in. Ties up his sack. Right.
Penny.
I shall get to work on that immediately.
Okay.
Anything else for you?
I don't think so.
Right. He heads into the back. You hear him standing on the footplate, firing up the forge. Okay. Magic shop.
Magic shop.
Head down the road a bit. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
No doubt you've been expecting us.
Indeed. Stayed up all night, but it's worth it. So here we go. And he presents you with your bow now, L'Oreal. I didn't want to. I wanted to make it a surprise, but I didn't want to. I wasn't sure, but I kind of went with my gut and I went for it. You'll notice it's longer now. Air Render was a short bow, but it's now a long bow.
It's beautiful.
Which, of course, increases the range and capability. And as requested, you've got your psychic attunement to it, so
I'm over the moon. It's stunning. You've outdone yourself.
Wonderful. So, of course, naturally, the extra power of a longbow will do a little more damage than a short bow, and with the extra psychic, and I've crispened the enchantments up a bit, so it hits that little bit harder. So it's now a +3. It's gone up from a D6 to a D10 because it's a longbow.
D8.
A D8 to a D10 or whatever it is. Or D6 to a D8. And then you've got psychic damage on there as well. He turns to Brant, takes out a couple of scrolls from under the desk. There is your absorb elements. How did you get on transferring the others? Did you achieve it well?
Yeah, that's relatively simple. Once I'd done the first one, the second one was a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Yes, so if you, of course, keep one, copy one in, and then he pops down under, puts 2 little ring boxes on the desk, opens them up. They look similar. He's made them kind of matching so that, it looks like you've got a nice pair of rings rather than them being completely random. So you should, I'm just trying to get into the page now, you should be able to add a ring of disguise self and ring of sending to your sheet. They don't need a tuning, which is nice. So yeah, just equip them, and they have 3 charges each. So obviously you just tick off a charge when you've used it. I think the charges should come back at dawn. You might have to do it manually, but
I can't find them.
bear with me. Let me. Oh. Let's just make sure you've got. There you go. Your homebrew content is turned off for some reason. I don't know how, because you've got homebrew content on.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't messed with the settings on it.
Ring of Disguise Self, add to equipment. Ring of Sending, add to equipment.
Oh, there they are. Yeah.
There you go. Equip them both. They've both got 3 charges. Enchanted by Garamat of Calvados. This ring allows the wearer to cast the sending spell. You can even click on the sending spell and it'll take you to the page. Ooh! Fancy. This ring has 3 charges. Expended charges are replenished at dawn. And as you can see on the picture, if you click on them both, they are matching. But with a different picture. Look, I put the effort in, mate. I put the effort in for you. Look at that.
They're lovely. They're fantastic.
So there they are. There's your rings. Oh, and if you could deliver this for me, and he pulls out a nice rapier, places it on the desk. This is for young Wes. I've upgraded it for him, and I shall now go and sleep for a day or 2.
You certainly earned it. Outdone yourself this time.
Oh, well, it's worth it for what's to come. Was there anything else I could do for you before I shut up shop for the day? I'm going to sleep.
I don't think so. I don't even think of this teleportation scrolls.
Oh, I do apologise. Yes, I did go and I spoke to Tialan yesterday, and he pops a scroll on the desk. Just call that one a friendly gift of all of the things you've purchased over the last few days and the materials and the like. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
riches.
yeah, it's made some monies.
Richest motherfucker in Calvados.
Apart from the apothecary, 2.5 bags up, give me them potions.
I mean, fucking Jesus Christ! It's more than 2.5 bags of what them guys have picked up today, let alone everything else that he's fucking had off us.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's, of course, it's a single-use scroll, but it will allow a regular cast of the teleportation circle spell, and it's attuned to Tialan's circle. So you'll be able to bring yourself and a group of people, but it is a single use. So
It's all right. Hopefully, we'll just need it once.
well, hopefully you won't need to use it at all unless it's to travel. But you know, who knows? But yes, anything else?
I think that's it.
£1,000
Fuck
bid
off.
just came in.
Piss off, 80. No way, mate.
I may be
Get off
lying.
it. You bastard.
You fucker.
Fucking hell. I mean, I love you, mate, but fuck me, I'm not paying more than £1,000. I tell you that for fuck all.
Brilliant. Yeah, so he
Asshole.
sees you out. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, the bell goes, and he kind of reaches up and grabs it. Shuts the door, locks it, curtain. The slow puffing of smoke that comes out the chimney stops. Garamat's shut. that was everything, wasn't it? So you've got your scrolls of absorb elements. You can go copy one of them over if you want to spend the next bit of time doing that. L'Oreal, you've got L'Oreal's Air Render, which is, of course, now a longbow with some psychic flave. And then you've got Wesley's Encore, which he's technically already got, but for RP purposes. And what did we do to it? We made it a +3, and it now does 2d8 psychic. Nice.
Your
Okie. There we go. Orders acquired, new orders placed. Dave, you finish in the church. Head outside to see Weslar sitting on the steps.
It's gonna blank him and walk past.
Savage.
Follow behind him.
Yeah, as you're making your way back up the thoroughfare, you see the prison vehicle is making its way back up. The back door is open. But yeah, the prison car makes its way back up. You going anywhere else?
Dave's going back to the
You
trust.
can see L'Oreal and Brant coming out of Garamat's shop. You see Garamat stood in the door looking tired. He shuts the door. The plumes of smoke disappear. Wes, you can see L'Oreal's holding a nice, familiar-looking rapier.
Can I have a rapier back, please?
Ah, there you go. Yes, Garamat said he's improved this for you. Looks very nice indeed.
It does.
It looks no different. But unfortunately, enchantments don't tend to have a visual thing to them. Until you start hitting things, you won't know how powerful it is, or if you get it identified. But yeah, he's put the work in, so you can only assume.
He's not mugged you off.
Yeah, he's just charging the money. Shut up, he's gone. He's taking his bags, he's dipping.
The shop starts folding in on itself. Say yeah.
Yeah, flat packs and then extra plainer holiday.
Yeah. What's that? I smell flowers. Dave,
Yes,
you smell nice.
I went to the bathhouse.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. I was going to either do it tonight or tomorrow ready for the meeting, but I might go tonight, actually.
I made a suggestion to young Wesley, but I think he's allergic. So,
Come on, Wes,
yeah.
I'll do you some.
As you guys are stood outside talking, a raven flies down, lands on the floor, and Camera appears. Oh, dear,
Hey.
oh dear, oh dear.
Evening. How are you?
Oh, this is it's a huge island, but it's certainly delightful. I've had a lovely day or two, however long it's been. How long's it been? It's been a while.
It's been
How's
a
everyone?
day. Yeah, we're good. I'm probably going to drop my stuff off at the pub and go for a bath. Nice long soak.
Oh yes, I could go for one. Oh yeah, I'm in. Brant, you're coming. She smiles. Anyone else? Oh, Dave. Oh, you smell lovely.
I went earlier. Yes.
Oh, I can smell. Wes, are you coming?
Nope.
Okay. What about Kitty? Where's Kitty? Is Kitty okay?
Kitty's at the bar. Yeah. We can ask her if she wants to come.
Yes, let's do that. Okay, let's go. You guys start making your way up the road back towards the Trost. Suddenly, as you are walking, you feel like a strange churning in your gut.
All of us?
All of you. You instinctually look around and you turn around, and south you see a beam of rainbow light shoot up into the sky. The beam of light stays there for about 10 seconds and then closes.
No hesitation. Turn around and double time dash down to it towards where it appears to be coming from.
It appears to be coming from south.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah,
Horizon.
not on the island itself.
On the horizon south.
Right, okay.
I'll just look. Anyone seen anything like that before? 'Cause that's new to me.
I was going to say, do I have any idea what this might be?
Do any of us have any idea what it might be?
This is gay,
Um,
you never know.
I mean, it's a rainbow-coloured beam of light that shot up to the sky southward.
I mean, it's not very evil, is it?
As you
Ulysses
say
just
that,
cast summon
like-
unicorn.
as you say that, Brant, the wizard in you thinks, well, generally speaking, the different casts of magic do have their own colour on the magic prism spectrum.
So what?
This could
I'll-
potentially be all of the magics or like a phase spell.
Kama turns and says, isn't that where you're meant to be going?
Mhm. Yeah. Oh,
When are you meant to be going?
days.
Day after tomorrow.
Ah. Well, I'm going for a bath. And she turns on her heel and starts walking up the road.
Well, there's nothing else we can do tonight. We will mention this at the meeting tomorrow.
Yep.
We may have to bring up
I'm
our plans.
wondering. We're in the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How angry would the guards be if I sat down and started scrying right now?
We're next to the Tross. We're literally right next to the pub. Much.
Yeah, I'll go in and cast a scry to see if I can see what's going on over there.
Okay. You're heading
I'm
up to
gonna
the
go in.
trust.
Go into the trust, go into the basement again,
I'm gonna
sit down.
got my gear up in my room, and I'm still gonna go for a bath because I need one. Dave, look up Grant. Kitty, we're going for a bath. Are you coming or are you staying?
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
I'll watch the
Yeah.
bar, Kitty.
Oh,
Laura,
nice.
do you have those empty grenades, those empty bombs?
Yeah,
I'll sort those out right now as well. If I've done this.
don't forget to come for a bath afterwards.
Oh, of course, yes. Wouldn't message at all.
So you sit down in the corner, Brant. Familiar. You take a few deep breaths. Focus your energies. Again, the ball starts to become a liquid, then a gas, then clouds, then the clouds peel, and you peer in. Who are you scrying on, or what are you scrying on? I
Would you
probably,
like to-
probably should have
I
gone
would-
with that before we said whether
yeah,
it works
I
or
was
not.
going to say I'd rather do someone else other than the guy I did last time.
Do Faranesh.
Faranesh. Next one, we'll
Faranesh.
do him.
Wisdom save. Oof. Passes. The clouds part, and you just see a black space.
Try someone else.
Fine then, we'll go for someone else.
Klinoy.
Klinoy, let's see what he's doing.
Kleenex.
Fails.
There we go.
It's the clouds settle, and you're like, no, fuck that. You channel your energies once more. The clouds part. This time, you can see through. You see Klinoy, or I should say, you see a figure where black robe, red trim, hood down, bald head, slightly pointed ears, completely white face. You recognise this from some rough sketches in the book, the library books, as a changeling. You see, I'm just going to say you can rotate it round. Like, the orb follows them, but you can kind of just control it with your magic, do a bit of a move the CCTV camera just to see what you can. You can see he is, let me, 2 seconds. Nearly said something I shouldn't have then.
You see the Vermilion Immortal. Ritual complete. You're all too late. The world is fucked. Goodbye. Campaign over.
Ha 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 ha. Fuck you. You can see he holds his hands out, and yellowish energy starts to form an arc between his hands. You kind of move the camera around to try and get a look at what's going on. You can see around him, as you kind of tilt and pan the camera, around him, the ground starts to split. And as you kind of look, you look as far as you can. Give me a perception check.
Perception, that would be 19.
19. You see as much as you can during this time. As the ground starts to split, hands, bodies dotted around, all around him. You pan the camera, all around him. Bodies are crawling out of the floor. You see his hands, the energy, the yellow energy between his hands filters up into one ball, and it starts to hover in front of him, and then it stops and becomes crystalline. And then it starts to spin rapidly, and you see him walk over to it and place his hands on it and look into it.
Do I recognise any of this?
Give me an Arcana check.
10.
You imagine, given the colour of the energy, it's reasonable it could be in divination magic. If you know any divination magics.
Oh, I'll take your pick. Commune. Yeah. I think I know a few.
Maybe the one you're casting now.
He's scrying.
Oh. Is it some kind of fucking 4D chess thing where we're scrying him and he's scrying us?
Just look at each other.
You see him,
really
and I
awkwardly.
looked at him, and he looked at me, so I looked at him. Give me a perception check to see if you can see into his crystalline creation, what he's looking at.
Perception 19.
Perception 19. Ooh, give me a history check.
15.
You try and get a glimpse through your CCTV scribe ball into his, what you assume is a CCTV scribe ball. You look and you can see a glimpse of what you feel you recognize this building. Could be one of the clifftop buildings. And as you're watching him, he finishes, and then he starts to look around, and then he's a big shit-eating grin appears on his face as he starts to walk, and you follow him, and he's just walking through all of these bodies that are just coming out of the floor, and he's nodding and smiling, and just more and more bodies are just coming out of the floor. Follow him for the whole length of the spell, 10 minutes, and he starts walking. You tilt and pan the camera, and he starts walking towards what looks like the volcano. And there's just bodies coming out of the floor everywhere.
A lot of them.
Well fought.
Anything else you might want to try and look at in specific before the spell ends, rather than me describing what happens for the next 10 minutes?
I don't think so.
You don't see anyone else. There's no one else with him. It was just him, and he's walking about. You saw him, what you assume to be a scry, and
what looked like on the council buildings. It looks like he's summoning an army of the dead. He's the one raising the dead, but
I mean, given the fact that these bodies are popping up all over the place, and you saw him cast the divination thing, obviously he wasn't casting a necromantic thing.
Yeah.
So, and given what you read, you kind of start putting two and two together, and you're like, if what was said was true, and these changeling casters do seem to follow a type of magic, you reckon that Cleanoy is the divination dude. So what that means to you, whatever, but yeah.
Okay.
So
that means he will only exclusively use divination, like the sphere of divination. Is that right? Like you said, they only focus
reasonable
on one
assumption.
area and stop the rest of them.
It's not that they won't ever cast any other type of spell, you know, like in a pinch, man isn't going to try and just fucking scry his way out of a fight. But like, yeah, that like they are the go-to for that type of magic, and it's very rare, unless absolutely necessary, that they cast other types.
Okay then.
And knowing that like yellow tends to fall as the divination, and the fact that you saw a bit of a rainbow of colours, there's been a lot of multiple typed magic gone up in a beam. And now there's bodies climbing out of the floor all over the gaff. So these are things you've picked up on.
The one thing I'm interested in is why was he scrying? And you said that maybe slightly they could have been one of the council buildings.
Could have been one of the council buildings, but that's all you could see. Through a scry into someone else's scry, you know, it's
phasey. But what is the status of the council buildings at the moment? Is anyone up there, or is it just sort of like a no-go area?
I know you've not been up. Well, you've not been up there in a long time. Dave was the last person to go up there. No, none of you have been up there since Ulysses left, which is now up until now has been like, you know, you've just assumed he'd left because how the city was getting back to normal. But given the fact that you saw him wherever you saw him in a jungly forest yesterday via that scry, and this beam of light's gone off south, you can start putting things together and reasonable assumptions start to become in. I don't want to say reasonable assumption a hell of a lot when we play D&D, but it's because I can't necessarily stipulate whether it's fact or not, because, you know, everything would be too
They
easy
are,
if I just told you
after all,
exactly what happened.
assumptions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm going up to the council building, so I want to know why he was looking up there. Maybe there's something up there.
What I will do, because it makes sense for you to be a bit of a wizardy boy and stuff that Tim probably told you, like fundamentals of magic, if you want to get your pen out. Conjuration tends to be orange. Transmutation tends to be blue. Divination, as you now know, is yellow. Evocation, red. Illusion, purple. Abjuration, green. Necromancy tends to be black. Radiant tends to lean towards white. But with those being like all colours and devoid of colour, it's, you know, you don't see them as much. But and then there's, like, you know what I mean, like some necromantic energies have crackles of purple and green in there, and, you know, necrotic energies and stuff. Radiance tends to have whites and yellows, but fundamentally those are the
colour.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Dave. I'm going to tell him that I'm just going to go and have a look at the council buildings. I'm totally not trying to get out of going to the bathhouse, but I'm looking for any excuse not to go down there. But
Is Mirabelle still here?
Mirabelle's still behind the bar, yeah.
Yeah. Mirabelle, are you okay here for a while? Just need to pop out with
Yeah,
Brent.
yes, of course, yes.
Okay. Fantastic. We will see you shortly.
Okay. Good luck. Stay safe. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Do you need a drink before you go? You
No, it's
hydrated?
fine.
When was the last
Got a
time you
water skin
ate?
in my bag.
Okay.
Breakfast. I mean,
She just has a big smile on her face. It's fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you, but I'm fine for now.
Okay. You head out. You're making your way to the council
my God.
buildings, the cliff top. You just got to walk up there. It's got to take a while.
don't think we have a choice, do we?
We don't have another way to get up there. I don't think. I don't have another way to get up there.
I can make us move slightly quicker.
Divine intervention.
Orphis,
Just-
chuck us up there,
Just
lads.
scoop us up and put us on the cliff top.
I know you wouldn't save my fucking teammates when I wanted you to, or help me in my direst need, but just save me like an hour-long walk.
It's a couple of hours, like couple of hours there, couple of hours back. You've got like an hour and a half, 2 hours to the cliff top, then you've got to get up the stairs, do what you're doing, then you've got to get down the stairs and walk 2 hours back. So you're looking 5-6 hour round trip to the cliff top.
And it's already quite
And
late.
it's getting on.
It's like mid-afternoon, yeah.
That's not so bad. Thought
We'll
it was
just
later.
get back for midnight.
Yeah. No different from last night. It's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So the ladies will go for a ladies' bath or get nice and clean. Do you having massages? And Mirabelle
Yeah.
covers it, just chucks 15 gold in the basket.
Mirabelle?
Not
She's
Mir-
watching the
Mirabelle,
dross,
sorry.
mate.
Yeah, not Mirabelle, Cammer.
Come on.
She's like, right, Dave's gone. Let's go. Tops off. Cammer, sorry. You get the vibe. She kind of takes the coins out and she kind of holds them like almost as if she's like uncomfortable holding them, and just kind of just chucks them in. Wipes her fingers on her tit and then goes and gets undressed. And she's got no inhibitions, you know, she barely walks into she doesn't pull the curtain on the changing area, she just walks in, kit off, walks out and just stands there. Right, which bath are we getting in? Which one are we getting in? But yeah, I mean, it's 10:10, so we'll call it there, boys and girls and boys. But you can all have your baths, head back. I won't necessarily say you go to bed and have your long rests, because we'll see what happens. But the boys are going to the cliff top, and we'll pick up there next week when Kitty's back. So,
Yeah.
well done, everybody.
Fabulous.
Shit's happening.
Some useful.
Don't kick it off.
Shit's happening. Time.
He's still alive. He's not finished his auction yet, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll head over there now. So, thanks for watching, everybody. Again, any that you need to catch up on, the episode will be in the VODs or on YouTube next week. We'll hit the D&D command. There it is. There's the YouTube link. Go and subscrizzle. We're gonna go raid Heavyweight RPG AD, who is doing the Terrafae mini, quote unquote mini. It's quite big, but it's a mini auction.
Big mini.
Big mini auction. We've got the sub message for the raid. We've got the follower message. But yes, a lot has happened. Things have been discovered. Stuff's happening. Time is of the essence, boys.
It really is.
Until next week. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.